All right. Looks like we are live. If you can hear me, and if I sound all right, hit that number 1 in the chat box if you don't mind. How am I doing on the camera? Pretty centered. For the most part. Maybe I can do something like this. Test 1, 2. Bruce, thank you again. If I sound all right audibly, hit that number 1 in the chat box if you don't mind. Henster, good. Good. Johnny, thank you. Chris, good morning. All right. I'll go with confidence. A little light on the like button. So if you have not yet and you know you've been here before and you're going to enjoy, make sure you hit that like button. If you're brand new, it's welcome. It's great to have you. Please, no need to hit the like button. I totally understand. You have no idea if you're going to enjoy this or not. But if you've been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, please make sure to hit that like button. That would be appreciated as always. Nero, good morning. How's everybody's day going so far? Mine has been a train wreck. I'll talk more about mine, though, at 11 a.m. Eastern, since that's technically when I said this was going to begin. So, but yeah, mine, not so good. This is deceiving, but I will get into mine. Mine not good. Danny also had a disastrous morning. Well, sorry to hear that. Well, disastrous from a certain angle. From an overall angle, it's fine, but yeah, not my best showing at all. But a good illustration of why we kind of preach plan around here, because it was a tilt-filled morning for me. Johnny's up 405. Good job, Johnny. Fairchild, good. Glad it sounds good to you. I'm assuming that's the one it's for. But yeah, it was, let me extend this out here a little bit. So watch that. I'm not going to do anything with that trend line, but anyway, still kind of been watching it. Well, I'm still working at W2, so hey, no shame in working at W2. We call that multiple streams of income. No shame there. I apparently went into a trade last night with new challenge account and blew it over. Oh, did you forget to cancel an order out? I've been there before. My days will be better when I'm a full-time. No. That's a terrible goal. Don't aim to be a full-time day trader. Aim to be a full-time income stream creator. You don't want to be a full-time anything other than a full-time income stream creator. Full-time day trader, no. Bad goal. Going to be way too much pressure for you. You got to get other streams of income flowing in. I don't know any full-time day traders. I would venture to guess you don't either. Before you go on, but so-and-so is full-time, and then did you just give me somebody with a YouTube channel or with like a social media presence or this, that, or the other? Again, nothing against them. Great job. They're doing what I'm doing. Multiple streams of income. So I'm aiming to be a full-time day trading degenerate. Well, that's a statement filled with contradiction. But I get what you're saying. I kind of got lucky. I thought I was buying into the micro. But, we got the minis, huh? So I made 405. Yeah. I've been there before too, Johnny, on both sides of the equation. Sometimes I'm like, all right, in fact, I've done it. I'm going to pat myself on the back real quick before I start to beat myself in 13 minutes as I go over my day. But it's been a while since I've done that. I've had several on the live stream where I think I'm doing like a micro, and all of a sudden I'm in the minis, and I'm like, uh-oh. Hey, fishing Filipino Mike. Luck is a three-sided. I don't know if I've heard that one. Morning. Hey, Alaska. What time is it in Alaska? What is it, about 4? Or are they 6 hours behind? I don't know. Or 4. I don't know. What time is it in Alaska, Will Self? Joking. I just trade a couple times a week trying to make a little extra. Hey, I love it. Just trying to make a little extra. 6. Okay. All right. So you're only 4 hours behind. Gotcha. For some reason, I thought Alaska was like more so Hawaii, but apparently I was wrong. So right now, an interesting level. Some interesting dynamics are going on. I don't know. 21,380. Is that like an area to go long if it wants to show strength and try to push up through there? I've been watching this trend line for a while. I'm not going to make any moves on it, but just watching an interesting dynamic here. If it does break down through, yeah, the 21 EMA there too, the green line, which again doing work. One of my favorite indicators and futures right there. So it's been holding the price up. Does it continue to hold the price up? Only time will tell there, but we'll have to see. Yeah, if it can push down through here and the 21 EMA, again, no guarantees, but you got to think the price has a great chance of at least going down to that 50 period. But as of now, once again, boop, bounced right off of that trend line. The power of trend lines. We'll see if it continues to hold or not. Hey, Labradabra, good to see you. Hopefully everybody had a good weekend. I was not watching the markets at all last night when they opened up. If you're new to futures, futures is what we're looking at here, and futures is what we talk about. But futures open up Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern. But yeah, now that I think about it, I didn't look at the markets at all last evening, so I really have no idea if was it volatile or not. I mean, I guess I could go back and look, but I'll just try to spark conversation. All right, we're still right here at the trend line. Yet I would not take the break of the trend line because a little bit below the trend line is the 21 EMA, so that seems a little precarious. As it happens, Hawaii and Alaska do share some longitude. Do they? Yes, I don't think I'm interesting. All I know is last week discovered a new country, Andorra. I haven't traded futures at all. I've tried with paper cash, but don't really. Well, what don't you understand? What don't you understand about futures? I mean, if you assuming you're using charts. Oh no. You day trade options or swing trade options? Dynex up $1,100, 40 minutes, so done for the day. Nice, Will. Congrats. I mean, if you can understand options, you can easily understand futures. Options are the confusing. Okay, you swing trade. All right. As long as you're not day trading, because day trading options is not good. Mathematically provable, not good. Mathematically provable, you are working harder, not smarter. So, I mean, Dynex, what do you use? What do you use to make your choices for swing trading options? Do you use technical charts? Yeah, well, the trend line doing work. Still doing work. Does not want to hold. And like I said, it did technically drop a little bit below it. But as I was mentioning, I would not have wanted to take that short because why? Well, because slightly below was that green line there, the 21 EMA. And that's right where it found support. Well, not only Ivy Crush, but just Theta. Theta in general is crazy. I've tried options, but oh yeah. No, I mean, it's mathematically provable in the category of day trading that futures are better than options. Mathematically provable. I mean, nobody's saying you can't make money day trading options. All I'm saying is you're going about your day trading inefficiently. You are not being as efficient as what you could be. Again, all mathematically demonstratable. All right, we got an interesting candle over here on the 5 minute as it's trying to curl back up. We'll see. This trend line here is being very, very stubborn for the bulls. Futures is definitely the way to go. Much more liquid. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, futures just move better. It's just really as simple as that. Future from in the category of day trading, I've said it many times before, and I'm sure I'll keep saying it. But I've heard over the years that if you survive long enough as a day trader, you will eventually end up day trading futures. And here I am. Because yeah, futures they're just better. They just move better. Billy C4, Amazon question mark. You're gonna have to be a little bit more specific than that. Bill C. Sealy 4. Good to see you. I think you're new, but Amazon with the question mark is a little bit on the broad side of things. Honestly, a very dangerous situation that you just put yourself in. I know that sounds like I'm exaggerating, but you did. You literally just put yourself in a dangerous situation. Are you day trading Amazon, Billy C4? Are you day trading Amazon? Okay, well, my thoughts on the day is you are wasting your capital, you're wasting your time, you're being very inefficient with your capital. So what kind of position size? If you were to enter into Amazon, how many shares would you get? I'll demonstrate this real quick. How day trading stocks is inefficient, very inefficient. 100. Okay. So I assume you have over $25,000 in your account. Is that true? So you don't have to worry about the pattern day trading rule. Okay. All right. Well, first off, nothing but respect. Shout out to you, to anybody that's able to have over the $25,000. You're doing some things in life that I appreciate. That is impressive. So shout out, good for you. So here's how you're being inefficient, though. Let's quickly look at Amazon and. All right, so Amazon's currently trading for, let's just call it $200 a share. It's a little bit more, but for math's sake, $200 a share. And Bill is usually doing 100 shares. So how much money does Bill need? Well, it's at $200 a share, and he usually does 100 shares per. So he needs $20,000 to get 100 shares. $20,000, 100 shares. And let's just say Amazon goes from here and then booms all the way up to here. Pretty impressive move, right? Distance-wise, from here up to here, that'd be a really good, impressive move, and that would be $2 per share. If you look over here, just to make the math easy, let's call it $2 per share. So how much would Bill have made on that very impressive move? Well, if he made $2 per share and he owned 100 shares, that big old move would have yielded him $200. So he made $200, and it required $20,000 for him to be able to do that. Now let's take a look at Pam's plant. So Pam's plant is an argument that in the category of day trading futures through a prop firm makes way more sense. It's the efficient way to go about it. So the nice thing here is that with the prop firm, let's just first talk about futures and how futures are pretty impressive. So let's now take a look at futures. And remember that big old distance I drew on Amazon. That was a pretty big move, and that was worth $2 per share. Now let's look here. So from this move, or from this level up to this level, so you can see here, not a very big move at all. But there's a difference right there of 20. 20 what? Well, 20 points. Things in futures are measured in points. Now, the key thing here in futures is you have to ask, well, how much is 1 point worth? Well, 1 point on the NQ, we'll say, is worth $20. So therefore, had you bought right there and then sold right there, or in futures lingo, hey, I just made 20 points on that trade, and just assuming you had one contract. Well, if you had one contract and you made 20 points on the trade, so let's just get that up here. 20 points on the trade, which again, not a very big distance, but 20 points on the trade, and we know that 1 point is worth 20. Well, you just made $400 right there. Now, the big thing right now is, okay, Clay, but how much money was actually needed? On that Amazon trade, you needed $20,000 to make the 200. But how much was actually needed to make the $400 here within the world of futures? Well, this is where we move now. So that was just an argument for futures, but now we make the argument for the prop firm, which is plant. And one of the parts of it is just the low capital required. So how much was actually needed in order to get into the game to make that $400? Well, the bare minimum on the prop firm that I'm using recommended, you could get yourself $25K of purchasing power for $105. So for $105, you could have given yourself the opportunity to make $400. But it could have been even more, because that $105 actually allows you to buy up to 3 of those contracts. So all that math we did for the 400, that was just for one contract. But if you had 3 of those contracts, well, now we have to all of a sudden multiply this number by 3. So for $105, you could have made $1,200. And as you saw, the price, that was barely any movement at all on the futures. Whereas Amazon, we said it made that big old move. That big old move was $2 per share, and you needed $20,000 to get 100 shares, so you made $200. Yet here we are, tiny move, and again, just based on one contract, would have been $400. So not to mention that when you're trading your own money, if something goes wrong, that's all the you are assuming all that risk when you are putting that $20,000. I mean, if something goes really haywire and you have a bad trade, you start breaking rules, that could be thousands of dollars just gone, just like that. Depending on how much you go on tilt or whatever. But with the prop firm, your only risk overall is whatever you spent to buy the account. So in this situation, your overall risk is literally just $105 because if you go and violate the rules of the account, yes, they will take the account away from you, but that just means you lost $105. So that is why, what are my thoughts on Amazon for the day? Stop day trading Amazon for the day. Stop day trading stocks for the day. You are working very, very, very inefficiently. So that was probably a longer answer than what you wanted, but there you go. That is why day trading stocks makes no mathematical sense. I mean, think about that. $20,000 was required, and we assumed that Amazon made a big old move. Like, we had to assume that. But, like, right now, whoa, look at this big move. Okay, this big move has gone, like, not even, still hasn't even gone $1 per share. But if this was futures, that's like I don't know, at least a 40-point, 50-point move. So that is why, and again, in order to make any worthwhile money, you need at least 100 shares. But even with 100 shares, that big old move where you got $2 per share was worth a whopping $200. So, and this is coming from somebody that used to do all this. Day trading stocks, day trading options. So, I'm very familiar. And the math is just, that's difficult math for me to overcome. So I hope that helps. I don't even know if you're still here, Bill. But yeah, I would encourage you to learn about Pam's plan. Day trading futures through a prop firm. Mike, hey Clay, I finally bought a 50K account. I can't find XAU. What, Mike? It's futures trading. It's not forex trading, Mike. So I don't think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Trade08 does not have currencies on it. I could not let myself risk 25K unless I had. I mean, and to be fair, it's not like if you have 25K in your account that you take one trade and 25,000 is at risk. The only way that's possible is if Amazon were to drop to zero just like that, and that's not going to happen. But yeah, if you go on tilt and you start breaking rules, then that could very easily be thousands of dollars lost. But yes, to be fair, you could put $25,000 into a trade, but that does not mean that all $25,000 is actually at risk, unless you want to make the argument that Amazon could drop to zero in like a blink of an eye. But still, it's just the efficiency component of it. Like, really, taking $20,000 and you get a big old move and then you walk away with $200? I did not know about prop accounts. There you go, Dynex. There you go. If you want to use the one that I'm using and recommending and support the channel, code Clay. Code Clay. Thoughts on swing trading futures? Yeah, no thanks. Because of this right here, the movement, futures can move, and they can move big. And futures do have a temporary close each week, and if you get stuck in a gap in the wrong direction, I mean, to be fair, if you get stuck, if it's a gap in your favor, then fantastic. But if it's not, ouch. But no, prop firms don't allow swing trading anyway. So assuming you want to use a prop firm, they don't do the swing trading. Bill, thank you. Hi, you're welcome, Bill. I appreciate that. I appreciate your lack of ego. Sometimes you try to, share stuff and then people go into defense mode and they start to make irrational arguments. Irrational being defined as like, well, no, that doesn't mathematically make any sense. So I appreciate that. I appreciate you just saying, hey, thanks. Thanks for pointing some stuff out to me. That's a very good sign. What firm is this, Clay? It's called Take Profit Trader. If you click on the link that's on the top of the page or that's, the pinned message, it'll take you to the firm that I'm using and recommend. Yes, like I said, if you want to get the current promotion and you want to support the channel, use code Clay at checkout. Then which pair? Okay, Mike, stop talking about pairs. There is no pairs. You keep talking like this futures or like Forex. MNQ. That's what you should start with. MNQ, Mike. You'll be okay stepping outside of gold. Why you choose to trade garbage gold, I don't know. But MNQ moves better than gold. Well, yeah, so if you work that much, the other nice thing, and that's part of the argument, is that they're open basically around the clock. Now, they do close every day on from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m., so they close 1 hour every day during the week. They are closed on Saturdays, but point being is if you do have a full-time job, yeah, there's still going to be an opportunity for you to find some sort of opportunity to trade them. Whoa, okay. What's going on here? Bit of a pullback. Yeah, Diego, you gotta reach out to them. Sounds like there was something that happened with Tradovate and them, but they'll fix it. You got to just reach out to them though. We've had several members ask, and then they've reached out. Some people have been helped a little quicker than others. All right, we are at 11. We have to go over my day here, and that because I'm only going to do it once because I don't want to cover this any more times because it's it's annoying, it's embarrassing, but it is what it is, brothers and sisters. Let me make sure I didn't miss any other questions. Oh, yeah, Dynex. Yeah, exactly. That's the nice thing about prop firms. And I hear you. It's like, well, how does margin work? What are margin requirements on futures? What is all this stuff? And with the prop firms, I really simplify it because, if you go with the 50K purchasing power, it just flat out tells you the extent that you can do. You can do up to 6 of the very volatile contracts or 60 of the less volatile, that is. And it's just, and that's per trade. You can day trade as much as you want every single day because there is no pattern day trading rule within futures. So you can buy, sell, but just per trade, you can go up as high as 6 volatile, very volatile, or 6 of the less volatile. But yeah, as far as, how does the market, it doesn't matter. You just know right up front. So for the $119, that's what it's going to get you right there. But yeah, I've been there before where, okay, I'm intimidated by futures because you have all this margin and margin requirements, and it's like, none of that stuff matters. Is this prop firm compatible with trading? Yep. In fact, first thing you'll do with the prop firm is you'll select your purchasing power, then you'll select your platform. And who asked that question? Money Mac, yeah. So right there, Money Mac, there is TradingView for you. The one I'm using and what you see here is Tradovate, but Money Mac asked about TradingView right there. So yes, it is indeed compatible. No PDT. Okay, JRad, yeah, but you still have a problem. You cannot day trade as much as you want with cash. Again, if you want to be a day trader defined as being able to buy and sell something as much as you want every single day, the cash account does not allow you to do that, JRad, because you have cash settlement rules. So you will eventually run out of cash with the cash account. So no, yeah, you're not actually solving anything there. So again, I'll make that very clear. If you want to be a day trader defined as having the ability to buy, sell as much as you want. As much as you want every single day, no limit, then yes, futures through the prop firm is where you want to go. Because as JRad's saying, well, no, you can get around the pattern day trading with cash, which is kind of true, but the problem is cash settlement rules, which means you won't be able to buy, sell, because as soon as you run out of cash, well, you're done for the day. So, all right, so my day, like I said, this is very deceiving. And this is even, so let me show you this here. This is even deceiving. We cannot remember in the next 10 minutes, somebody type, Clay, remember to lose money, because we actually I have to go lose some money on this account. But this is very deceiving here because, well, let me just go through the day. This was in the 50K, it says 3 contracts. I'm assuming that is the mini. Yes, correct, Johnny. Exactly. You blew an account? Blew an account. Let me go through my day. Think I only blew 1 account. Okay. So for a little bit of context here, this is why prop firms and Pam's plan is very good. But let me just build a little context of how I ended up just losing my mind today. Again, this is deceiving. This right here is deceiving. And I'll explain what I mean by that. But let me first just kind of set up the context of how things can kind of fall apart. I'm not saying it'll fall apart like this for you, but this is how it fell apart for me mentally today. So right here we have the private community that I offer. And this morning, right here, right at the open, I pointed out on the MNQ 5 minute that, hey, there is this brown line right here, key resistance. So one way you could use a resistance is, to try to buy a breakout. And right here, right before open, there is this green candle here forming. So yes, I was certainly bullish-minded in that. So I mapped out that resistance point, and like I said, here's the proof. It was given to the chat room. Everybody, private community was aware of it. Are you only allowed to make so much per account per day? Only during the test phase, Jeremy. Then in the pro account, you can make as much as you want. So that was the context. And then, let's go to the 5-minute here. So then this morning, there is that brown line that I just pointed out. And if you're around this morning, then you probably remember how the day started. The day started with breaking that brown line and then a massive move. And I did not, I was too slow. I was not able to capitalize on that break. So as I was like, okay, it'll pull back and I'll try to get a, back test and go. And if you were around this morning, you know that, hey, thanks, welcome to the channel. You know that this thing just kept going and going and going and going and going and going. And it was just, so right there, I was a little bit like, you got to be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me. So at this point, I'm like, all right. And this is where things already started to get rough. I don't remember where this was, but right around here, and I am making this up. I don't remember the exact areas, but just generally speaking, bad trade. I chased, but I scalped out and I made like, I think either 175 or 275. I don't remember what it was. And I'm like, okay, there we go. All right, but that was kind of a bad trade, Clay. That was bad. Do not chase anymore. Let it consolidate out. Let it at least give you some sort of setup. So MMF. I don't know. Alfred, we only talk about 2 prop firms in here because I'm trying to keep the process simple for people. Anyways, okay. So then it's like, all right, there we go. That was a bad trade. So okay, I chased. Don't do that. Let it consolidate out. And then it came up here to the overnight high, and it did start to, there was a little bit of a mini pullback. And I don't remember where, but I was close to being, I was close to passing one of the test accounts. So I was like, all right, I'm close. Let me just get aggressive here so I can get just get this one passed and go on with my merry way. And I bought somewhere around here after it had consolidated out, and I kid you not, I don't remember which one what it was, but one of these pullbacks, pulled back, and my drawdown limit was violated, meaning I failed the test, I lost too much. So it would have been something over $2,000 that was lost. Now, very quickly, for those that are new, when I say lost $2,000, that doesn't mean that I lost $2,000 out of my pocket, because this is the beautiful thing about prop firms and how they add in risk control because you are protecting your own money. How are you protecting your own money? Well, you don't have all of your money in. So when I say this $2,000 was gone, that did cause me to violate the rules, because in this situation, this was a 50K account. You're not allowed to lose more than $2,000 in a day. But because it went down below 2,000, boom, account done. Now, very quickly, I want to make this clear for you business-minded people out there that are like, wait a second, this sounds like a scam. How is this a viable business model? How can you only pay $119 and then this company's going to go let you lose $2,000 of their money? Very good question. Because this whole phase here, the test phase where you're trying to prove yourself and all that, is happening in a simulated environment. So no, there wasn't like there's $2,000 actually lost. The reverse is also true. I've had some people get upset. Well, what's up with this? You're going to go and make them $3,000 during the test phase, and all you get is the pro account? That's all they're going to give you is, hey, congratulations, you've passed the test, and now you have your pro account. And again, the pro accounts are where you get to start to keep the money. So, wow, you get to keep $3,000, and I just get this, huh? Well, geez, thanks a lot. Again, that's an understandable position, but not true because there wasn't actually $3,000 being made during this. But the point here is that just one of those situations where it dropped down. My unrealized went a little bit below 2,000, and then to pick back up with how I ended on tilt. So that was my first blown account. Test account gone, was close to passing, and then look at this. Boom. And that was like, I didn't need anywhere close to that movement up in order to pass the test. But to watch me just get stopped out, and not only get stopped out, but just the account blown, and then have it boom, and I'm like, that would have been an easy pass. Now I'm irritated. Now I'm very irritated. So I do have another test account. I'm like, all right, you scumbag. Okay. You want to play this game? Let's go with this. All right. Well, it's pulling back. So I have my other account, my other 50K test account. And I see this nice little hammer here. This is a nice little hammer off of the overnight high. So right now I'm thinking, okay, this is a back test of the previous breakout. So levels of support or excuse me, levels of resistance tend to act as support. Looky there, it is acting as support. It not only bounced, it's giving a good little hammer candle here. So, if it wants to show me some strength, I'm getting long, and, let's try to play this, I'm not necessarily looking for a break to the highs, but we'll play this. So you can see here, it came up, filled me, was looking fantastic for a while, because this was a nice solid green candle, so I'm feeling good. And then you see what happened. Nope, just kidding, ba-boom. So that was my second account, gone. So that was like another over $2,000. Again, not over $2,000 of my money, but just another account gone. But this is where you need to start to track stuff. Let's just assume that this had all been occurring with my money. If this was my money, we're at about, potentially 4,000, more than 4,000. Because the thing with the prop firms is when you blow the account, when you fail, the software just stops. It just stops the trade and you're done. But if it's your money and you really go on tilt, well, there's nothing that just stops it at 2,000. But we'll just assume that, if this was my real money, I would have stopped and been, okay, would not have happened, but we'll just assume it. So now we're at potentially 4,000 of my money. But and again, in this situation, not a $2,000 loss. It was just a cost of the account. So now I go and I get another account. I'm like, all right, well, both my 50K tests are gone. Now, the one thing that I did do smart during all this to give myself a little bit of credit was, yes, I was on tilt, but I stayed away from this account right here. Now, I did trade it, but this account up here, this is a pro account, meaning this is the ones that you have to treat like a gold bar, because these are the accounts where when you're making money, you can actually get paid and all that. So the one good thing I did do was I did not, I'm like, no, Clay, do not even think about touching that pro account. Just go get a test account. If you're clearly just irritated, very upset, don't even think about it, scumbag. So that's the one thing I did do right. I looked at my mirror, I said, don't even think about touching that one, scumbag. Go just get yourself another test, which again I would say is an argument for prop firms, because when you were in the spot I was this morning, if I wasn't in this spot, my only choice would be, well, let me just keep trading my real money account. And my question to all of you here is, have you ever been there, like for anybody that's had a bad day, where you just keep trading, you keep forcing trades, and it happens to be with your money? Give me one. Have anybody else ever been there? I've been there before. And you just watch what would have been a minimal loss get bigger and bigger and bigger, because you go on tilt, you lose your mind, you keep trading, but in this situation, what you keep trading is your own money. And then you're looking at a situation where, okay, so at least there's three of us. Three of you and then me. I'm glad there's four of us in the world that have done that. Oh, yeah, we got another person that's human. But you lose it and you just keep going. Whether it's FOMO, revenge trading, they're just whatever it is. But the point here is you are using your money this entire time. So as the day spins out of control, that's your money that's going down the toilet. But in this situation, yes, my day had spun out of control, but because I had the choice of, let me just go get another prop firm account. I don't want to touch my pro account. So I was at least enough to realize that. So I went and got another 50K account. So got another 50K account. And I don't remember exactly just the broad scope of things. Right here. So, okay, big pullback. All right, there's VWAP, fantastic. Let me see. So this is all fine and dandy. Let me see if it wants to show me. Okay, there we go, green candle. Okay, good. And then again, I was like, all right, we're going to get some sort of bounce off of this. So went right there, long, and then another account gone. So, and that was this one right here. The thing with Take Profit Trader is, or Tradeovate, they clear out your accounts very quick. So that's why I say it's deceiving, because had they not, because after you fail the test, they'll clear that out pretty quick. But had they not been so quick, you would have seen three of these big old red numbers over $2,000. But right now you only have one. So, three blown accounts today. Had that been my money, bare minimum $6,000 loss. But because it's happening within the prop firm world, because you have this right here, the added risk control, you have the added risk control right here of protecting your own money, because again, your own money is not what you're actually going and trading with. It was a disastrous day in the sense of losing multiple accounts. But that's what's nice about prop firms, is when somebody says they lost multiple accounts, it doesn't mean they're out thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars of their own money. It just means they're out whatever the cost of those accounts were. So very, very rough day, but I wasn't done. because I was still on tilt. I'm like, all right, you scumbag. Here we go. Again, to pat myself on the back, I did not touch my pro account. I'm like, I'm getting another 50K. So went and got another 50K. And I can't remember what the trade was. I think I went short here. It rolled over, and it was actually a very nice trade. Too nice of a trade. And that is this one right here, which put me at 1794.50. Still not a good trade in the sense of I loaded up with huge size. I'm like, whatever. So too big a size, but I finally got one to go in my favor. And then it's put me right here. So this is the next thing about prop firms with Take Prop Trader that we now need to, I want to explain, but also show you how to do this if it happens to you if you're in a prop firm where you make too much money. By the way, if you're enjoying this, if you're enjoying just the transparency, everything, make sure you hit that like button. Let's try to get this up to 50 likes here, but please hit that like button if you are enjoying. Because I don't really like to talk about this stuff. It's embarrassing, but it is what it is. And like I said, with Take Private Trader, it would be very easy to not even show any of this because you just wait for this one to disappear, and then I could show up and be like, hey, look at this, I'm having a great day. So like I said, if you appreciate the transparency about all this, like I said, if it did not clear out, you would have seen 2 other red accounts of $2,000. So please hit that the like button because this is not always the most enjoyable thing to talk about. I'd much rather just be like, hey, I'm making all this money. But so this was now a situation where in prop firms during the test phase, and this is going to be different, but the one that I use and recommend here, Take Profit Trader, because I do believe for them to be the best in the industry, but they have something called the 50% rule, consistency rule during the test phase. And the 50% consistency rule just states that you're not allowed to make more than 50% of your target. So in order to pass the test phase and move into your pro account, you've got to make $3,000, not allowed to lose the $2,000. So that is a profit target. Now, during the test phase, the 50% rule says, well, you can only make 50% of that amount, which in this situation would be $1,500. They do that because, well, they want to see if you can trade. They don't want you to show up YOLO and then be like, oh, see, I passed. It's like, well, did you or did you just get super lucky on a YOLO? So they do want to see some sort of resemblance of trading. So that's why they put that rule in there. But let me be very clear. Once you move into your pro account, then you can make as much money as you want every single day. But that is what is called the 50% consistency rule. So again, on the 50K account, you can only make 50% of that, which would be $1,500. So now we look here on this account and you can see that, I have made more than $1,500. So at this point, and I'm going to do this now, I have to actually lose some money on purpose because I want to get that down below 1,500. Now, if I don't, it's not the end of the world. I don't blow the account or fail, but they're going to adjust my profit target up, and I don't want that to happen. So if you've ever found yourself here, or if you ever find yourself here where you accidentally make a little bit too much money, and the reason I made too much money was this was coming, and then it just spiked. Like it spiked in my favor. I was like, oh, get out. But by the time I get out, I'd actually still made too much. So how many contracts are putting your order for? It depends, LS. Today, wait, like full size. I was on tilt, LS. Tilt. You hear me, LS? I was on tilt. Anyways, so I need to now lose money. So how can you lose money? And because like I said, I'm like basically $300 above where I need to be. So the best way for me is you can just do flip trades. If you ever find yourself in this spot, and a lot of prop firms, if you make too much, they all have different rules in this regard, but this is what I found to be the quickest way to do it. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to the NQ. The NQ, and let's just start at 3, and I'm going to try to, we can do 5 here. And I just want the commission to do the work. I'm not trying to lose money in the sense, okay, let me just buy and see if it goes out. No, I'm just going to go up here, and this is what we call flip trades. I'm going to either sell the market, so click that button, and then come over here to buy market as quick as I can, or I'm going to buy the market and then sell the market, again, as quickly as I can. And we're going to try to bring that number down to 1,500. So that is one way you could do it. Now, if you only have to lose like $20, do all this on the MNQ, right? But because I am on, because I have about $300 I need to lose, that's why I feel okay doing this on the NQ. The reason I asked is because I can see we can only put, no, that's correct. On the 50K account, the max you could do would be 6 mini contracts, and that is where I was. I was at 6 contracts. So that is what we're going to do right now, is I need to get this down, and if you ever need to get things down, in my opinion, this is the best way to do it. So Let's see if I think this is probably going to maybe bounce a little bit more. Let me sell here, and then I'm going to do this as quick as I can. Ready? And the number we want to watch again is this one right here. We've got to get that down to ideally $1,500 on the dot. Okay, so ready? Here we go. All right, I don't even think it budged. Let's try again. Is it me or is this thing not budging at all? What? Okay, let's try again. 1794. Let's see if we can get any movement at all. Am I doing... Oh, no! Oh... Okay, so do you see how today's going? I mean, do you get it? Let's just today summarize. All right, I was on the wrong account. I was doing it on this account. So almost gave back all those gains. That's fantastic. 53. I'm such a... All right. Okay. 50. At least that wasn't my pro account. That could have been really bad. All right. Well, we're still green on that one. Again, that's I actually got that account for the stream itself because after I do this and I'm at 1,500. It's either there's no trades on the live stream because I'm definitely not touching my pro account. You're crazy if you think I'm going to touch my pro account with my mental state. But I was all right. Well, I'll just get another one for the stream itself. So at least we're still green on the stream itself. But all right, 53. All right, here we go. Now this number should start to come down. All right. There we go. All right, so that was a good jump. So that was actually quite a bit. So now I'm getting off of the NQs. I'm going to come over here to the MNQ. Let me change that to 1. Let me come over here to the MNQ because now... Because now I'm getting closer. Before that, I had like basically the $300 to lose. Now I only have about $70 to lose. So let's do this. Okay, that didn't really do anything. Okay, all right. Let's move this up a little bit here. Let's try. There we go. All right, now I'm $28 away. All right, so let's drop this down to, I don't know, 3. Trying to sign up for TPT and it's not. Did you check your spam, Caleb? All right, here we go. I should definitely be probably buying here. Is it okay? Here we go. Okay, now I need $17.50 to lose. Okay, I guess I made $1.50 on that one. Okay, I need $16. $10. Okay. Let's just go down to 1 now. Okay, $5.50. Oh, could I really land this on 1,500? That'd be amazing. I don't think that's gonna happen though. Okay, 1,505. Oh, $1.50. Come on. Just need to lose $1.50. $1.50 here, boys. Oh, I did it! Oh! Wow, about time something goes my way today. Wow, look at that. Yes, sir. About time. This, again, if you're just logging on, today's been a train wreck, so my celebration is done mockingly towards myself. But yes. There we go. So there, about final. Hey, hit that like button. Hit the like button for something like that. I mean, come on, that takes actually skill. So... I mean, right there. Come on. Goodness. All right. We're cooking. We're cooking with peanut oil or something. All right. So that is completed. So I want to get off of that account now. And we got to get back to, we'll call the live stream account, 58. Where's 58? There we go. All right. Oh, man. Lost $200 when I was on the wrong account there. Finally, something's going my way. Jorge, what do I think? I'll answer that by basing what I do with your message. There we go. Around here, we talk about 2 prop firms, and that's it. Because my goal here is Pam's Plant. I want to share this with people because a lot of people are not aware that there's a better way. There's a more efficient way to be a day trader, to go about your day trading goals, and that is Pam's Plant. And in order to ensure that people have the smoothest transition in that process, what I talk about here is just 2. Anybody, whether you're beginner, intermediate, or advanced, I argue you better be using Take Profit Trader because they are the best in the business, best payment policy, clean rules. But certainly if you're a beginner, Take Profit Trader. After you can figure all that out, then yeah, you could consider Apex because they have a lot more rules and all that, but they're kind of like king of the mountain. They are the biggest out there. But again, I would not consider them at all beginner friendly. So any other prop firms we don't talk about here, I know some other live streams that have like 8 different affiliate codes. Oh, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying for what I'm trying to accomplish here, bringing people into the world of futures and into prop firms, and I want that done smoothly. The quickest way to make it not smoothly is to overwhelm people with like 18 different prop firms. So that is why I don't want anybody else talking about things in the chat room because that's just going to overwhelm people from the goal. So and plus, like I said, Jorge, I'm not a fan. Not a fan. But yes, here, for those reasons, that's what we recommend. All right, did I miss anything here? Passed my second test this morning. Good job, Rob. Started shooting with a promo code. Thank you, Rob. Yeah, Scott, I'd check your spam. It might be in there. Why do I have to bring things down? Because during Take Profit Trade, during the test phase, they don't want you to just go and YOLO because that doesn't actually prove anything. So they have something called the 50% consistency rule. And all that means is that whatever your profit target is to pass the test, so for the 50K purchasing power account, the profit target is $3,000. So the 50% of that is $1,500. So they don't want you to make any more than that. Now, if you do, they'll just adjust, the software adjusts your profit target up. But that is why I had to bring it down. Now, once you make the jump from the test into the pro, that is where you can make as much money as you want. So the 50% consistency rule only exists during the test phase. All right, so that is how my day went. That is how I ended up on tilt. That is the little housekeeping we had to do by bringing this down, losing money, which that actually, in a weird way, that was almost worth all of it just to see that. That was crazy. But anyways, so today has been very bad. Don't let these numbers deceive you. As I just addressed. So if anybody else now shows up and it's like, hey, how did your day go, Clay? I can just tell them, go back to, I don't know, right around the 20-minute mark. And because that's where I explain how today went. So today has not been good. But like I said, we'll take some trades here. And this is the account where if I blow it, now I'm going to be, I feel better now. It's good to kind of vent in some senses. But like I said, if I blow this account, so be it. But I don't want to. I want to. So my rules here are, let's go through the rules. Again, if you are enjoying, make sure you hit that like button. Let's try to, we're getting close to 100, but this is all based, the length of the stream is based on people's interest levels. And I base that off of the like button. So when you hit the like button, it tells me you're enjoying. And as long as I see that likes creep up, then I'll keep going with the live stream. Last week I actually set some new records, went up over 4 hours long. So like I said, there are actually practical implications for when you hit that like button. Does TPC reset your account after you, well, once you pass, they'll email you. Just, if you pass a test, just keep your eye on the email. They'll explain it all in email. Why do you watch the TPT chart instead of the trade? This is not the TPT chart. This is Tradeovate. And personally, I don't really like TradingView charts. I think, they seem to be a little delayed with futures. But I don't know. Maybe that's wrong. Only on 50K account is 3K profit. So biggest day can't be over 50%. Doesn't have to be exactly be. Yeah, it's got to be exactly, Will. It's got to be $1,500 or less. All right. So actually quite a bit of chop right now, just back and forth. Although I will say on the 5 minute, 21 EMA doing work. 21 EMA is not a Magic Grail indicator. I'm not saying that, but if you've been on the live stream, you know we talk about it quite a bit. You know that we're a fan of it, but you can see right here, a couple nice, getting some nice bounces off it. Can you withdraw your earnings via crypto and take profit? No. No. Nope. They are delayed. You have to pay $7 on TradingView for futures live. Okay. All right. I was not aware of that, but yes. All right. Oh, yeah. So the rules here, because I want to at least get multiple trades here, so I'm not going to, you know. What in the world? Oh, that's a 5. Oh, here's a 5-minute right here. All right. That's why I couldn't see it. But if you yeah. Then you got, yes. Drew, this is all. It's all there for you, dude. It's all explained on the site, brother. All explained on the site, brother. Okay. So the rule is, it's a 50K account. So let's just do some basic math. So I can lose up to 2,000. So how much should I risk per trade? So if I risk $200 per trade, 2,000 divided by 200 per trade, then I could get at least $200. I could get at least 10 trades on the live stream, assuming that I went like 0 for 10. So that's a 200. So how many points would that be? That would be 20 points on 5 contracts, right? So I can risk 20 point, right? So if it's $2 per point, and I'm doing 20 points, and I have 5 whoops. Yeah, that was 200. All right. So that's what we'll do going forward. I'll risk 20 points at most on 5 MNQs, and that way we could have worst case 10 trades, because that would imply that I went 0 for 10. So that's what we do. I cannot risk more than 20 points. Hey, thanks, Caleb. Can you confirm we can buy more than 6 contracts per trade on the micro? It's all right here, Jeremy. on whatever it is, it tells you. So I don't know what purchasing power you have, but it tells you how much you can do per contract. So I don't know which one you're at, but no, the micro you can go up to 60 of the micros. See that 60 micros? Weekly close, it is included. So you do not need to pay for any live data. That is included in this price right here. All right, let's see what we can do here. All right, so if I were to buy here, that's 80, there's 60. Okay, so I can't quite go. All right, yeah, let's go up to 5. Uh-oh, no. Let's see how this candle closes first. And then if it wants to come back down, think about maybe getting long. But we'll see how this candle finishes up. So if it finishes up relatively green and then comes back down, this trend line here has served its purpose. All right, I like that trend line right there. No, Drew, no, once you hit your profit target, Drew, just stop trading. Just stop trading. So what Drew is asking is, okay, so you start with 50K. Once this turns into 53K, what does that imply? That means you've made your 3,000. So there's literally, and this, the test goes a minimum of 5 days. So if, let's just say you hit you get this number up to 53, and I don't know, let's just say 3 days, and you still have 2 days left, well, you would just want to go and do a micro trade, meaning you buy and sell like I was doing earlier to bring down my gains. So you do that with like 1 MNQ. So you're going to like make a few bucks or lose a few bucks, but that will log in a trading day and you'll do that. But yes, there's no reason to try to drive this number up. Anything above 53K was technically speaking unnecessary risk that you didn't have to take. Okay. 67. All right, so I can get even a less than 20-point risk there. I like that. Okay, that's basically 20 points. I'm going to bring that down a little bit more here. There we go, about a 15-point risk. There we go. Looking to get long at this green line. Like I said, I want to give myself at least 10 trades. I really hope I don't go 0 for 10, but, you know, with how today has gone, I guess I wouldn't be shocked. I've come to the conclusion that I just can't trade the opening bell. I'd have passed this account by now if I didn't have the client. Yeah, sometimes people, the opening bell is their best friend. Other times, not so much. Wait, so if I make the 3K in 2 days, then I still have to wait? Yeah, you still have to make 3 more trades, Caleb, because it's a 5-day test period. But then on day number 6, you could start to get to keep money, Caleb. A lot of people are a little confused, and I don't want to say deceived because that means like it comes across as malicious. But I know some prop firms are like, hey, you can pass in 1 day. It's like, okay, that's fine. But then it's technically speaking not like 8 or 9 days before you could ever make or get any money sent to your account. But with Take Profit Trader, sure, it's 5 days to pass minimum. But the thing is that day number 1 in your pro account, you could start to request money. So some people are like, well, I'm not going to take profit because so-and-so that you can pass in 1 day there. Take Profit makes you wait 5. It's like, yes, but Take Profit is literally, in theory, you could be paid and start to get money on day number 6. Whereas other prop firms where they brag about you can pass in 1 day, yeah, you might not start to be able to get any money paid until at minimum like day 8 or 9. Trailing drawdown is the amount they'll let you lose. So that's why I say, you know, for the 50K account, 50K purchasing power. Not 50K size account where you can go lose 50K. No, 50K purchasing power. The amount you're allowed to lose is the drawdown. So that's how much you can lose right there. So manage that risk. No, there is no, okay, Caleb, there is no money made. And I don't mean to get, but I literally just covered all this. There is no money made during the test phase. It's on a simulated environment. I'm up 702 on the day. Good job, Jorge. Do you prefer futures over options? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, Jorge, what category are we in? Are we in the category of day trading? Is that what angle you're asking from, Jorge? Yeah, something like that, Scott. Yep, somewhere right around there. Okay, well, in the category of day trading, options makes 0 sense. Options are literally the epitome of working harder, not smarter. And stocks, like I talked about earlier, somebody was talking about how they were day trading Amazon, and I walked through an example where in order to make basically $200 on Amazon with a big old move, you would have needed $20,000. So day trading stocks is just not capital, efficient. You need a whole lot of capital, and then just because stocks don't move quite as smoothly as futures, that the gains just don't add up as much. And yeah, as far as options are concerned, for anybody that's day trading options, that's a very quick way to kind of go through that, is when you buy an option, obvious way to make money is it goes up. So yeah, you make money. Obvious way to lose money is if you buy, you want it to go up, but it goes down. So yeah, you lose money. But what about if it goes sideways, right? Because that's what everything can do. Whether you buy a piece of real estate or a stock or anything, it can go up, it can go down, or it can go sideways. Now, the normal person is going to be like, well, if it goes sideways, that's neutral because you're not making money, you're not losing money. Nope. In options, you also lose money because there's something called theta. So think about it. Of the 3 things that can happen in the world of options, 2 of those 3 things will cause you to lose money. In other words, you have a 67% chance of losing money in the world of options. Now, before you could be like, hey, Clay, I make money day trading options. That's actually really impressive. I'm impressed. Day trading options, making money, super impressive. All I can say to you is imagine how much money you could be making, you would have made if you did not have to deal with theta. If theta was not in your life, imagine how much better those results would even be. And that is what futures bring towards you. In the world of futures, you get to say goodbye to theta. You don't have to worry about what strike price or anything like that, but the big thing here, you get to say goodbye to theta. So yes, they are futures contracts, but the big difference here with these contracts compared to options contracts is there is no theta. So it mathematically makes 0 sense to be day trading options, unless you like having a 67% chance of losing money every time you basically enter a trade. Flop, I'm not sure what you're asking. I mean, it's all on their site. Just as an FYI, I do not work for Take Profit Trader. Like, I'm not trained in all their customer service ins and outs. Right. Every day trailing. It's the $2,000. That's it. It's $2,000. They want you to manage risk. Para H, are you some like terrorist or something? You're wanting payments in Bitcoin or crypto. You're all concerned about their payment methods. Are you a terrorist or something? What's your story, Para Ha X? I always get a little leery when I'm like, people want to be paid in crypto. You a terrorist? I tell you like the E-mini as it scares, but I make good money quickly. Yeah, it can giveth, it can taketh away in a hurry. All right, well now almost wondering about potentially a short up around here. I canceled out my long. It clearly did not come back down. Well, what country are you in? I can tell you very quickly if it would be open to you or not. All right. I mean, be honest, Jackson. Where does your mind go? When people start asking about, will they pay you in crypto? Like, where does your mind go? My mind goes to like sketchiness. Yeah, I think I have bad news for you. Unfortunately, I don't think that they're open. You do not want to see your country on this list. Yep. Sorry. So what I talk about here with Pam's plant is not available to you because Pakistan is a banned country. So yeah, sorry. So this is one of these lists where if you see your country on it, not good. You do not. I repeat, you do not want to see your country on this list. If it's not on the list, then hey, what I talk about here is totally valid. All right, let's see if it wants to consolidate out a little bit. Maybe I'll try to play some sort of breakout here. I mean the minimum account balance. At the beginning, the minimum balance would be 48. But as soon as I make profit, e.g. 2K, then my minimum balance would be... Right, yeah, that's how a trail and drawdown works, correct. Figures. Yeah, I don't know why I'm surprised. Aren't taxes a lot better with futures than... Well, I'm not a tax professional, but all I'll say is with Pam's plant, the nice thing about the prop firm is you hand your accountant one piece of paper, a 1099, because that's how they report earnings. At least I'm just speaking for those people in the United States. In the United States, you get one piece of paper from the prop firm, and that is a 1099, and that's all you hand your accountant is a 1099. So in my mind, pretty good deal in that regard when it comes to taxes. Well, there's the breakout, and... Would you say you have less opportunities doing futures just because all the futures ticker symbols move all about? No, you have way, Jorge, way more opportunities in futures. So it's the opposite. And that's also the nice thing about futures is this point right here. Stop scanning, People trading stocks or meme coins or all that. You're like, okay, let me find the low floats today. Let me check this. Let me check that. And they're scanning. Sometimes, you have to pay money on these scanners. But it's like, no, it's not necessary. In futures, you choose maybe one or two things to trade, and you know what those things are, so you show up every day and you just trade the same things. Save yourself time, save yourself money. It's a beautiful thing. I want to start my trading journey with a team of like-minded youngsters. That's great. It's that's fantastic that you're already interested in the markets at a young age. That is an encouraging thing. How old are you? Is there any workaround for my situation? I don't think so. I don't know. I guess, yeah, a workaround would be, I don't know, go get a citizenship in one of the countries that it's open to. 19, oh, that's awesome. Yeah, at age 19, I thought the markets were for a bunch of like dorks and nerds. Like the stock market. Pff, what a bunch of dorks. Joke was on me. Yeah, I didn't get into it until basically age 22-ish. Shouldn't be too long, Caleb. Shouldn't be too long. Are you no longer doing... Yeah, I have not been doing day trading options or stocks since November. They're total garbage in the category of day trading. Well, then why did you do them? Fair question, because I was a moron for a while. For a long time. Although, again, why didn't I do the prop firm? Well, I think I was... I don't think I was a moron in that regard, because when I first heard about prop firms, they seemed pretty sketchy and shady. But after, a couple of years and seeing lots of members of my community get paid by them and all that, it's like, okay, it looks like there are some of them out there that are giving track records, which again is why I'm only talking about two, because they both have track records of paying people and all that. Do you offer mentorship? I do. I'll send you that link, and you can do with it whatever you want. Here you go, light. Like I said, that is what I offer. Do with that link as you so. All right. Oh, nice little back. All right. A little bit of a back test here. I'm getting a little antsy here. Hey, Clay, did you learn where Andorra is? Yeah. When you showed up last week, weren't you here for when I Googled it? That's like in between Spain and Portugal or something. I'm surprised how you changed your mind about futures. Why are you surprised? You don't think I have the ability to admit when I'm wrong about something? Come on, Jorge. You're welcome, light. All right. I don't know if this is a short up here or not, but... Man, beautiful. And this will mean more to those of you that have been here for a while, but we like to talk about the back test and go. Broke out, came back down, back tested the former breakout point, and a beautiful move. I do not know. I don't use NinjaTrader, Jorge. Yeah, thanks, Jackson. Appreciate it. How's life in Kansas going? Yeah, if you like Trader Review one's better, Caleb, do what works for you. If you think it's worth that $7, then by all means, my friend, go for it. But I think for my eye, I think these ones do just fine. But if you disagree, hey, no problem there. Do what you think is going to help you out. Yeah, I had my time in penny stocks. That is true. That's why I can that's not why. That's why when I sit here and say that penny stocks are absolute garbage compared to futures, I do have a reference point. Yeah, penny stocks are pure and utter garbage. Low float stocks, pure and utter garbage. Small cap stocks, pure and utter garbage. But Clay, they can move so fast. No, you want to see stuff that moves fast. Let's talk about futures. Not to mention, when you're trading all those sorts of things, if something goes wrong and you get stuck in a halt or a rug pull or something like that, guess who owns all the risk? You do. That's all your money going down the toilet. Yes, they are indeed garbage. They can move down so fast too. Exactly, JMPG. Yep. Agreed. Do I take long trades? Yeah. Yep. I probably short more than I go long, but I do both. Going pretty good, enjoying my time away from school right now. It is summer, I guess, isn't it? That's true. Do you think level 2 is necessary? No, I don't use level 2, or in the world of futures, this would be called the DOM, the depth of the market. I just have it on my screen because I know some people do enjoy watching it, but I don't use it. No, that doesn't mean it's worthless or anything like that. I'm just saying that I don't personally use it. See, the thing that's just is on the 5 minute here. I mean, this thing has just basically been going straight up. True story. Remember when I was down here thinking about buying and I was like, no, let me see it come down a little bit more? Good old hindsight. It's like, man, why did I put that requirement on? I should have just gotten long. But that's why trading's so easy in hindsight. Well, right now, shorting seems like I'm just stepping in front of what could potentially be a slow grind upward. So I don't want to short. Going long seems like I'm just flat out chasing. Well, I haven't seen you for a very long time. Well, yeah. Well, again, futures, like I said, a little bit of a different ball game, Jorge. Come on, Jorge. Do you have an Instagram for trading? What do you mean by that? I have an Instagram account, yes, but I don't know what you mean by for trading. Like, am I sitting there saying, hey, little sheep, hey, little Instagram lazy sheep, buy here, sell here? No. Hey, there's Nathan. I love to see that Nathan is back with his normal name. It just warms my heart. Looking for a bull flag to break out to test. Yep. I'm with you there, Nathan. But right now, once more, based a little bit more on the 5 minute. I mean, this thing is just basically straight up. Just too scary to do anything right now. So I'm deploying the order that I would argue is the most important, most powerful order in the world of trading, and that is that one right here. The SOH order. Sit on hands. Nathan's also waiting for consolidation, yeah. Well, Nathan, this thing's probably going to drift up to like 21,600, and we're going to just be sitting here the whole time waiting for consolidation. Hey, if you have not yet hit the like button, let's make a run up to 100 likes. If you're new here, the way the live stream works is it's all based on you, the viewership, in terms of are people still interested? Because I don't want to waste my time. But if people are still enjoying, then yeah, I'll keep the live stream going. So if you are enjoying, when you hit that like button, it's not a vanity metric. It has real world implications. It'll help keep the stream going. So if you are enjoying, make sure you hit that like button. And like I said, that will let me know that people are still interested. And as long as I know people are interested, we'll keep moving. Just came online, so Tradeovate is fixed now. I guess it was never not working for me, Jack. But I don't know. Maybe they are. I'm not going to make any universal claims in that regard. Hello from the Hershey Gardens. Very nice. Totally enjoying it. Well, thank you, Light. Hopefully you hit that like button then. Have you been doing sniper shots, for example? Yeah, sometimes, Jorge. Jorge, what are you trading right now, Jorge? And why are you not trading futures with a prop firm, Jorge? You're like interviewing me here with 800,000 questions, so it's my turn to interview you with 4,000 questions. Come on, Jorge, what are you doing? Clearly, you prefer the NQ better than the ES. Yes, yeah, I do like the NQ better. That is true. That doesn't mean that it's right, though. If you like the ES, go trade with the ES. I really don't have anything against the ES. I do think people are a little cray-cray if they're trading gold or like oil. In my opinion, ES, NQ trade a little smoother. But some people are like in the cult of gold. And they like, in their mind, it blows your mind to think to step outside of gold. It's weird. It's like you have definitely a cult of like crypto. Like, okay, if I'm going to trade futures, it's got to be some sort of crypto future. I don't care if it's low volume and choppy. I just have to do it. But you also have kind of like in gold too. So you have, I don't know, gold and crypto. They're like the two things that kind of create cults. And then, of course, you have certain stocks, you know, the GME cult, the AMC cult, stuff like that. The apes. Are apes even around anymore? Is that like a thing still or no? So a little bit of consolidation here, but I'd like a little bit more of a pullback. What would you think should be my limited position in 50K account? One, when you start, Jorge, this, 1 MNQ. That's where you start, boy. 1 MNQ. And then you work up from there. Very easy question to answer. Start with 1 MNQ. Yeah, Caleb, maybe you just hacked the system, man. I think you just hacked it. That's it. Go do it. All right, here we're getting a bit of a pullback here. I might just try a little. Yeah, let's see if it wants to pull back a little bit more. I'm interested in going long. Gonna go long at that green line. I'll put a stop right up here. Very tight stop. Like I said, I'm willing to risk up to 20 points in a trade. There we go. A little scalpy scalp. I just wanted a little scalpy scalp. I don't know how much I made on. What was that number at before I took that trade? Does anybody know? I can't remember. But I just wanted a scalpy scalp. There we go. There's a quick little trade. Whoop. Okay, that's... Yes, Jorge. If you go with the 50K account... Okay, this is your last question, Jorge, and then you have to go join, okay? We got to save questions for other people, Jorge. With the 50K, you have a limit of 6 of the very volatile contracts, or the ones that I told you to start with. You can go with 60 of them. But like I said, you're going to start with one of those. Get your feet wet, and then you can start to increase those. Stay away from those when you first start, okay? They'll punch you in your face. Deal, Jorge? It was at 327.50. All right. So I got my feet wet. Little scalpy scalp. I am still interested if it wants to pull back again and going long. I don't trust buying any sort of breakout up here. Maybe hindsight will make me look like a fool for making such a statement, but that's my statement and I'm sticking to it. Hey, good morning, Logan. Is this take profit? Batman with cheese. You are not a new name around here. You definitely know the answer to that question. I recognize your name, which tells me you're not new here. So you definitely, there's no doubt in my mind, you know the answer to that question, Batman with cheese. Zero doubt in my mind. Zero. Yes, but I want the app to... Yeah, you're limited. You're limited. You can only go up to the certain amount in each size account. Yes, this is take profit. Well, Jorge, if you just start buying and you go in on tilt, the most you're going to lose with the 50K account is $119, okay? That's the most of your risk. Because if you keep buying, and then all of a sudden you lose $2,000, you failed... Your account will shut down and you're done. That doesn't mean you lost $2,000, Jorge. It means you lost $119. So that is your ultimate risk, is $119. And then you can try again with Take Profit Trader, and then you can get the account back for $100. So then at that point, your max risk would be $100. So if you lose your mind and you keep buying, and then you lose $2,000 again, once more, that's not $2,000 out of your pocket, but you have failed. They will take the account away from you, but out of your pocket would only been $100. You have a good memory. Sometimes. Sometimes. I've been trading for 1 year. For 1 year, with real money after beginning demo for 6 months, I'm starting to see the light. I tried 50K accounts, but they changed the way I manage risk. Not prepared to manage 50K. Well, you're not managing 50K, Raul. It's a 50. You have 50K purchasing power. But what you're actually managing is your drawdown. Don't lose more than 2,000. That's what you're managing. You're managing risk. How is risk being defined? Don't lose more than 2,000. Logan, I just failed my first account. Well, you know, Logan, go back and listen to the start of this episode, and you'll see that all I'll say to you is, you only blew one account today? Nathan is in long. Yeah? All right. Yeah, this is a nice little pullback here. I don't know where I'd like to see it come down a little bit more. Are you trading one contract at a time? No, my contract size is right here. All right, here we go. Come on down. I'll buy right at that green line. So right here, you can see my order is out there. Trying to buy 5 at that spot right there. Let's see if it wants to pull back a little bit more. No, these are MNQ contracts, so it's not that crazy. You know what? Let's do this instead. If it wants to bounce, then I'll grab some. So I want to see it come down to that area and then come back up. Come on. So again, I want to see it come down to that pink line and then come back up. And then at that point, I'm going to be willing to buy. So step 1, come down to that pink line. Come on, a little bit more. I don't know, maybe I'm getting a little too high maintenance here. Oh boy. Oh no. Not maybe. It's looking like I got a little too high maintenance. Right off the 21 EMA. Do you trade? Yes. Day trading normal stock is utter garbage. Makes no sense. It's a waste of capital. It's an inefficient use of capital. It's way too much risk. Jorge. So what? Okay, let me ask you this, Jorge. What is your alternative? Like, what would your other choice be? Is your other choice you're just going to go and trade with your own money? Is that like, what's the alternative to using a prop firm for you, Jorge? You presented a problem, fine, but like, you're all about like, well, if the prop firm doesn't limit how much I can buy, then I'm not going to use them, okay? Then what are you going to go and do? Trade your own money? Oh. In hindsight, what a stupid high maintenance thing. That's disappointing. Would have been a beautiful bounce up there. Can you please show us how to use the stop and take profit? Right here, Ed, right? Are you still here, Ed? Watch. If I want to buy down here, I can click buy. And then if I want my stop to be right here, I click again and I put sell stop. Boom. So there, that green line is my buy. That red line is my stop. Easy as that. And then if you want to cancel, you can either X or you can come up here, click that gray button, and that cancels everything out. As simple as that. As simple as that. Prop firms are the best way if you don't have enough capital. Well, I would say they're the best way even if you have enough capital. Because why would you risk your capital when you can risk somebody else's? But yeah, certainly if you don't have enough capital, especially if you want to be a day trader, too many people show up and all they've ever heard about is the stock market. Then maybe they hear about options and they're like, oh, well, there's that pattern day trading rule. But then they don't even know about all this. All right, I am still interested if it wants to come down here again. Do both prop firms and live accounts. Do both prop firms and live accounts when you're good. Yeah, I mean, I'm open to that discussion, but yeah, when you're good. That's most people here have that's not where they're at in their journey. People have emotions about following rules from when their stepdad told them they couldn't stay out. That'd be an interesting book. You could probably make a lot of money on a book like that. Your thesis on why traders have a hard time following the rules. Has Jorge answered me yet? Like, what's Jorge's alternative? No, he has not answered yet. Clay, do you target money on a trade or levels or both? Depends on the strategy, Mikey. Depends on the strategy. Clay doesn't listen to my calls because I buy. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Caleb, you're the no stop loss guy. Yeah. Yeah, no, I do respect Caleb though, because at least he's like, he doesn't hide the fact that he's not here to be serious. He's just like, no, I'm not here to be serious. I don't use stops. So I do respect that about him. The worst part is where people like are trying to tell us all that they're a serious trader, but I don't use stops. It's like, okay, well then, sort of like by definition, you're not a serious trader. I mean, I remember your picture, but I don't remember every little detail. Some of you think I'm like a genius. Like, this guy talks with hundreds of people a week. I don't know, maybe even at this time, thousands of people swing through. And, like, they expect me to, like, remember every detail of them and their, like, our previous conversations, which I'm flattered by that. Unfortunately, though, I'm not that smart. Jorge is seeking a silver bullet for emotional management. Yeah, I don't know where Jorge went. Not a fan of that. Dude asked me 4,000 questions, and then I ask him, like, 2, and he's gone. I'm not good yet. I copy traded a live account and still was a degenerate. Yeah, so you were a degenerate across multiple accounts then. Hey, we are 4 likes away from 100. Let's usually we're actually close at 200 by the 2-hour mark, and we're not even at 100 right now. So I don't know if the stream is now failing. Maybe maybe people are no longer enjoying or interested. But yeah, if we're gonna keep this party going, we gotta get some likes here creeping up. If you're new, the length of the stream is based off interest levels, and I base interest levels off of that like button. So if you are enjoying, you hitting that like button has real impacts as far as the stream is concerned. So, okay, Jorge. So my question: what's the alternative? So a prop firm is going to stop you from going all in because it will limit you. But like, what? You seem to think that like they need to. I don't know what you're expecting, but what would be the alternative, Jorge, to a prop firm? Are you just gonna still keep doing that with your own money? I'm new to futures and your channel. I learned so much from you. I greatly appreciate it. I blew my account last week and got a new again this week. Well, Ed, hopefully you use code Clay. There we go. Now, like, all right, likes are creeping up better. There we go. Let's see. That right there is actually, I don't think, a totally crazy. Where could I put my stop? Like I said, I got 20 points on the day that I can risk. I guess I could do it just right here. Breakout or get out. Yeah, let's do that. If it wants to come back, yeah. Back up here, yeah. I'm going to buy, and then I'll put my stop right below here. So breakout or get out. So my entry is that green line. I want to see if this thing wants to push up some and maybe get a breakout through here, this pattern. Per what I explained earlier, on this account that I'm using today, I can risk up to 20 points in a trade, and that'll at least give me 10 trades. So far, I'm 14 winning trades and 3 losing trades. Nice, Johnny. Okay, Jorge. Well, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. If you have just zero self-control and can't even limit yourself at 1, I'm not sure what to tell you. I'm not sure what to tell you. But no, a prop firm is not going to allow you to do that. So we're right back to where I started. So the hopefully your alternative is, fine, I'm just going to keep using my own money and then be that undisciplined. You will roast yourself even quicker. Wow. All right, knocked down again. Am I going to get filled? There we go. I am filled. All right, let's see if we can get some push through here. Risking about 15 points, so that's good. Very basic premise. Is this a breakout that's going to get started, or did I just did I get suckered into a fake? We'll see. Right now, not looking so good. Came back down, but I'm giving it some wiggle room here. We'll see if it wants to come back up. That blue line is my entry point. Got a little cup and handle thing going there. Yeah, I guess a little bit. Yeah, I didn't even see that. I'd be lying if I said I took it because of that cup and handle, but I see what you're saying here. Uh-oh. Come on. Not looking so hot. I really do like the 5 minute. I mean, this is a nice looking pattern here. I really like it. Unfortunately, just because you really like a situation doesn't mean it's going to work out in your favor. How many time frames are you watching right now? Jorge. I'm struggling with you now, Jorge. Because there is a business component to all this, Jorge. I have to watch if I spend 40 minutes answering somebody's 800 questions, and then they're the type of people that just bail, don't even use code Clay, it's like, well, that was kind of a waste of time. Sure, I helped the person, but as I've said, I'm here to help, but I'm also trying to monetize my time a little bit here. So, Jorge, I got to be honest. Are you one of these guys that's going to ask 4,000 questions, take time away from everybody else, and then you don't even use code Clay because you never do it? How's that for business transparency? Yes, I am here to help people, but I'll be the first to admit I also got to monetize my time. I'm not a sweet little angel. I do enjoy helping people. That is a fact, but the other fact was, I got to be smart with my time. Got to monetize it. I've had a couple people that swing by, take questions away from everybody else, and then there was zero business benefit from that person. Well, this, about 437-ish area, essentially right where I bought, is the pain. You were a sweet angel to me. Clay, I'm overly cautious. I think I made my funded accountants. Had a great trade with $38. My risk is too small, but it takes a while to get any. Well, you got to just go. Do what you feel comfortable with, Mikey. If you're not sweating with those trades, that's a good sign. Let him. No, I don't know if I'm cooking right now. I'm wondering if I'm about to get cooked. Not looking so good right now, and I am about to be stopped. Ooh, that was close. I don't see how I escaped this at this point. If I had a nickel for every time I use code Clay. Thank you, Casey. That would be amazing if I don't get stopped out here, but I don't see how I don't get stopped out at this point. And I am, still in somehow. Is SPY getting some selling pressure means MNQ follow the same? No, not necessarily. Well, if this thing can, nope. I was just going to say, if this thing can actually move up green, but then that fast, back down it goes. And out. All right, well, I tried the breakout, and it did not break out. What rules do you follow for risk management? That's like mentorship type questions, Logan. Like that's basically, hey, how do you trade wisely? It's like, well, you manage risk. Well, how do you manage risk? Okay, then that's where you start to get down to, well, you got to know how all the pieces work together. So yeah, that's I understand from your point of view, it seems like a very straightforward question, but there's actually quite a bit that goes into it. I don't know. Do I try this again? You know, I guess in hindsight, I could have probably gotten it down below 21. I would have still been with my 20 points. Labradabra, you have to email in. It's a well, not a universal issue, but a lot of people are having it. You've got to talk to them. All right, have a good one, Caleb. Is Paul speaking today? I was not aware that he's speaking today. Can somebody confirm that Paul's speaking today? Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Nathan. You think it definitely wants to. Oh, he's speaking at 2 p.m. All right. Well, thank you for that. I was not aware. All right, so we still got time. Will the live stream still be going at that point? Well, that'll be dependent on that like button, but we'll see what happens. During an uptrend, when you wait for a pullback to get in, how do you determine how far back of a pull? Well, yeah, Bash, that's $1 million question. And there's a lot of factors that go into that, a little bit outside of the scope of this. But a very good question, but kind of like Logan's question up there, one that's a little bit outside of the scope of all this. I mean, because I could give you an answer, but like you're gonna be like, well, that didn't really answer my question, which is understandable, but that's just like one of those in-depth questions. He's speaking in 40 minutes. Okay, all right, well. This looks good. Up through these, like, is this the buy here? Oh wait, no, I want 5. All right, I'm buying at that green line. See if we can buy the breakout. Try to target these highs up here. Do you have any videos covering that concept? I do, Bash, but they cost money. So if you are, I refuse to pay. All right, we're approaching the green line here. Am I about to get suckered in again on a false breakout? Looks like we might be, oh, came back down. Yes, Bash, right here. Do what you want with the link. Oh, I'm in. All right, I'm in. I mentioned that in your cat and asked who he is. Huh? Oh, I think you mean your chat, probably. I don't know what you mentioned, though. I don't know who. Stop is down below the green line there, the 21 EMA. I mean, it seems to be cruising up above it, so. But this thing is just being oh so stubborn. It does not want to get any sort of separation from this 440 area right now. So that's what I'm watching right now. My entry is the blue line. So yes, I did buy what I thought might have been a breakout, but as of right now, was not a breakout. All right, we still got plenty of time before Powell speaks. Okay, knocking on the door, but we're going to need more than this. Well, first we need to just even break through the line, the resistance area. About Jay, whatever, and who he... Jay? I'm not sure what you're talking about. I don't know who Jay is. Come on, just give me a big old spike. Just been running Clay's content. Hey, thanks, Mikey. Very kind of you to say that. Oh. The world of having to just wait to see what happens. Come on, blue line. Get out the way. And the blue line just happens to be, it's like the resistance, but it also happens to be my entry point, which is never enjoyable. When your entry point all of a sudden seems to be the resistance. Look at that, like right off it. No, Jay Paul is not speaking. Or is he speaking? What is Drew talking about? I thought it was 1 o'clock. What is Drew says he's speaking? I don't know who Jay Paul is. I'm assuming he means Jay Paul. Yeah, sometimes I do that lobber-dobber. But I, in my mind, it made perfect sense to buy where I did because came down, came back down again, was coming back up. So I thought on the second, basically retest of this moving average, that it'd want to make a push up through. So at the time, I mean, I'm not going to say that this was, even if I lose, I'm not saying it was a bad trade. Made sense to me. I think there was good logic behind it. And I did try to wait for confirmation. I waited for confirmation in the sense of let the price come up above those highs. But yeah, it came up above the highs and so we'll see if it wants to bounce back up. Again, that blue line looks like a resistance line that I drew. Unfortunately, it's not. That just happens to be my entry point. So yes, my entry point is now like the area of resistance. But given how my day has been going, I can't say I'm too surprised. All right, I got to begin. I'm doing a mental stop on this one. Come on, kind of do or die now. Do or die. Nope, got to get out. Oh, boy. Drew down Jerome Powell. Do you know who Jerome Powell is, Drew? Drew, please don't tell me you just learned who Jerome Powell is today. That'd be a bad sign. What's hilarious about this is, for those of you that were here a while ago, that number right there should not be there. I should still be plenty green on this account, but that number was just, I'm not going to relive it, but it's been a rough morning. Been a rough morning. Thank goodness for Pam's plants. Thank goodness for prop firms. That's all I'll say. Do you buy the pullback? Oh, Logan, if you want to see some losses, go back to, I don't know. Just go back, not the beginning of the live stream, because I went over my day at like basically 11 a.m. since that's when this live stream officially started. You want to see some losses? No, I don't know any of those people. You should probably learn some of those people. It's important to know, because when some people speak, you want to know. So I'd encourage you to, not that you have to become like get a PhD in political science or anything, but you might want to be a little bit more informed than that. Just my suggestion. All right, I'm getting rid of this line here. Done me so good. Done me no good and just lied to me. I don't know, Isle Boy. I don't know. Some people are entertained. Some people are not amused at all. One of my favorite quotes, though, the best way to please nobody is to try to please everybody. So I just kind of picking my lane and I'm going with it. I mean, this is still, the 5 minute is still a really good looking chart. I mean, it's a nice bull pennant. I just keep getting chopped up inside of it. This bull pennant is just eating my lunch. So that's kind of what I'm just sitting back, seeing if it wants to do anything or not. I refuse to buy this breakout just because I'm not going to be that guy that goes over 3 on trying to buy breakouts, which probably means this breakout is about to be the legit one. So, yeah. If you're looking to buy like almost a guaranteed thing to break out, this is probably it. I'm 0 for 2. That's usually how it goes, right? You're like, all right, I'm not going to do it this time, and then that's the time where it usually goes. Is anybody going to buy this breakout here? Anybody buying that breakout of the trend line? Assuming it happens, of course. Anybody? Bueller? Hey, and let's also do this just so we can try to keep the likes moving. We have 12 minutes. We have 12 minutes until we're at the 2-hour mark. Let's try to get this up to at least 135 likes. So we need to get 15 likes here in the next 12 minutes. So if you would like for the stream to continue, make sure you hit that like button. I'll use that to gauge, are people still interested or not? So again, if you have not yet, hit that like button and let's try to, let's make a run up to 135 likes here. Oh, nice. All right. Now we're only down to 10. So that was a good start. 10 more likes. Hey guys, buy low, sell high when you're high. Yeah, that's how you do it, Robert P. That's exactly how you go about it. That's the holy grail right there. TJP. Are you a real person, TJP? Can you type? Because all you all ever type is "what's up," and then it seems like you never say anything else. So are you a bot or are you real? TJP. Can you type ABC? This is our bot test. We've discovered a couple months ago. Some bots show up, and the great way to see if they're a bot or not. Always. All right, he is real. All right. Always check the news. I told you he was speaking hours ago. Okay, that's fine, but you didn't know that was important news. So that's like, basically you just said, hey, I see the stove is hot, but like you don't actually realize that a hot stove will like hurt you. So like, yeah, you did say there's news, but you didn't understand the importance of that news. So that's why I'm saying when you got to kind of know these people, because when you know the people, then you know more than just the stove is hot, because you got to kind of know what does hot even mean. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? All right, we're only 6 away, so I think we'll get up to the 135 within the next 10 minutes. Maybe it's a Monday. I don't know. I don't know. Today has not been, it's been a little on the, not, people don't seem to be as interested. But I don't know. Maybe I just haven't been requesting likes like I normally do. Maybe that's part of it too. But yes, if you're new, the stream and its length is a function of your interest. And if you want to demonstrate your interest, if you're finding value, entertainment, anything positive, hitting that like button, that is not a vanity metric. I literally use that as a time management mechanism because I want to make sure I'm not, wasting my time. But if I know people are enjoying, well then, hey, I'm not wasting my time because I'm doing something that people are enjoying. Well, how did you know it was important if you didn't know who Jay Paul was? All right, I don't know what to do. Things been eating just continues to, I don't know. We'll probably just chop around until Paul starts speaking. I only have 700 in drawdown left. Well, that's better than 70. Keep on trading, manage at risk. Hey, there we go, at 136 likes. Let's go. Maybe we'll be up to 150 here before we know it. I can't do it. I can't buy the breakout. I can't do it. This afternoon action right now has eaten my lunch. Hey, Rob, I appreciate it. Rob is giving us a trade plan, I think, before, entry 440. All right, so Rob Marshall is indeed going to try to play a breakout. His stop loss is at 48. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, stop loss is at 418. Okay. And his target is 470. All right, so he's looking for a push up above highs. All right. Appreciate it, Rob. Even if you're wrong, nothing but respect. You always got to appreciate somebody that's willing to put their neck out there. A live stream, but okay, never mind. Drew, 1 minute you're telling us you don't know who Jay Paul is. The next minute you're telling us that you knew that the news was important because it was Jay Paul. So sorry, maybe I'm misunderstanding, but that's just confusing to me. But maybe I'm just misunderstanding what you're saying. But good. At the end of the day, I'm glad you now know who Jay Paul is, and I am glad you know that when Jay Paul speaks, the markets listen. I'm glad you're on that page now. There's two people you got to pay attention to when they speak. Jay Paul and Chuck Norris. All right. Maybe I'm stupid for thinking of buying this pullback, but I am. I don't know, Fairchild. It's important in the sense of like all you need to say is like one phrase that can cause the markets to spike. Third person would be Clay. That's funny. Yeah, bulls seem to be dying out. I wouldn't trust the breakout. I don't know. I don't know if they're dying out. This just seems like a nice, tight little, it seems to be consolidating pretty nicely. But this is also coming from the guy that's officially been suckered in on 2 fake breakouts. So when it comes to the breakout analysis, recent history suggests you should do the opposite of what my analysis arrives at. So looks like a big bull flag to me. Agreed. Especially when we bring down the 5 minute. Again, I'm clearly not the be-all, end-all, but in my mind, got to put the golf hole down here, make it a little more visual for everybody. So, that's the bull pennant that seemed to be making sense in my mind. And you would think that if it breaks, it at minimum goes up to that white line, the white line being the highs of the day, which you can see over here. But, yeah, right now it's, it just isn't quite behaving in the way that I have any sort of confidence in. Oh, our friend is back. Ultrasound is back. Ultrasound, are you here? Type in the chat box if you're here, Ultrasound. And I promise I won't ban you. I just want to know, are you still here or what's going on? Ultrasound is, Ernest, do you think the market is waiting on Powell to... Yeah, I do, Ernest. I think that's why it's kind of just chopping around at this point. Just waiting to see what he has to say. I'm too close to blowing my account and getting all pensive. Gonna have to break through that. I'm getting too close to blowing my account. Yeah. At the end of the day, you kind of just got to realize, if you do blow it, it's not like it's the end of the world or anything like that. But yeah, Ernest, it does seem to, that seems to be the case for me. To me, at least, that the market knows that it's coming. Could turn into a head and shoulders. Yeah, it could. Yeah. But playing the could game, anything is possible. Except you becoming as beautiful looking as me. That's not gonna. You can't play the could game in that way. You cannot say I could become as beautiful looking as you do, Clay. Nope, that's not true. Time for a little walk in the garden. Yeah. Walk in the garden can do a body good. Well, we are approaching that breakout area again. I really like the candle on the 5-minute here. I mean, this thing was all the way down here. Now it's all the way up there. I don't know. J.E., hey, good morning. Do I try to buy it again? That is the question. Then it comes back down. I am interested in buying a dip. Here. To Clay or not to Clay? Yeah, exactly. Right now, the right method is to do the opposite of what I'm doing. That would be the method today. Yeah, thank you, J.E. We've been talking about that for a bit, but thank you for the reminder. Paul does speak here in 19 minutes. Yeah, just back and forth it goes. I mean, I'm not sure the lines could really, or the lines in the sand, metaphorically speaking, but kind of literally speaking, could be any more clear. You have the overnight high right here, just, whoops, let's try that again. You have that just coming across the bottom like that. You have this resistance line right there. I don't think any of those lines require really any talent or special discovery, so you got to think a lot of people are watching them, and when lots of people are watching the same lines, wondering the same things, call it a self-fulfilling prophecy, call it whatever you want. They can produce some decent-sized gains. So it's really just a question of, I don't know, maybe do I just try playing it within the range itself? 24. Yeah, I'm buying right there. If it wants to come back up, and I'm only willing to buy, though, if it comes back up. I want to see it show me a little bit of strength here. What would be really nice is if it came down to this area right here and then started to come back up. That'd be something I'd be quite interested in. In fact, you know what? Let's just wait and see if that happens. That's something very fascinating to me. Again, I want to see, not on this candle, but on the next candle. If the next candle comes down here to this area, and then, basically hits down right on this area and then starts to come back up, I'll try to get long as the price comes back up. But step one within that whole phase is just the prices first got to get down to that area. Blown 2 accounts and 150K last week, but I did. Did you learn stuff, K-Storm? Are you learning? Are you fine-tuning? Because I'm glad that you're blowing accounts in the prop firm world, not blowing accounts by, you know, losing thousands of your own money. But the question becomes, are you learning? Which each account, seems like you're making some progress. Okay, you're fine-tuning, you're tweaking stuff. Again, want to see this candle come down in this area, and then if it starts to come back up, I'm going to try to buy on the way back up. Okay, come on down some more. Come on. Once again, am I being too nitpicky? Is my requirement for it to go down to that pink line a little bit too... oh, okay. Never mind. Yep, that's why I don't want to just randomly buy. And what would that be if I got in there? 41. I'm still about a 10 point. Yeah, I'll go with that. I'll still try at that green line. Stop right down here. Don't buy. All right, LS is not buying. I'm going to try a buy. And I'm in. Blue line is my entry point. So I've tried a couple breakouts, did not work. Now I'm trying to buy a bit of a dip. We'll see if this thing can work. See if it wants to push up again. Green line, or excuse me, blue line is my entry. Close below 420 here in 1 minute. Not looking for a pullback, then roger that. Come on, need more than that. I know I was in the green, but I need more green than this. That's just a case of personal preference, Ernest. Ask 10 different traders, you'll get 10 different answers. Come on. All right, took off one. See if it can push up through the 21. Took off another one. So I have 3. So I'm going to do this now. Sell, stop. So now I will. This is a winning trade no matter what. I have my 3, and I'm just going to move these up as it goes. So I'm going to follow this up. The higher up it goes, the more money I'm going to make because I'm just following it up with my stop. So let's see this keep on bouncing. Okay, I have 2 now. Yeah, I'll do 2 right there. So my stop is right there. Again, this is not if I make money, but how much money am I going to make? Because my stop is well above in the green, and I don't know how far high up this is going to go. So the sweet spot of trading, when you don't know how much your money you're going to make, that's your only stress in the world. Because I'm well in the green. Now it's just a question of, well, how far up is this thing going to move? The further up it goes, the more money I'm going to make. Nope, come back up. Am I going to get stopped out of those ones? Yep, out there. There we go. So that was a nice trade. LS, why'd you tell me not to buy? That wasn't very kind of you, LS. What do you have to say for yourself, LS? What do you have to say for yourself? LS said, don't buy. You trying to get me to lose money, LS? What do you have to say for yourself, brother? What do we got? 11 minutes till the speech. Reverse psychology. Gotcha. But why did you not think that was a buy? What did you see? What did you see that was like, I don't think that's a buy? What were your thoughts at that moment? I did a quick short scalp from 425. Selling price? Well, okay. I mean, I realize you saw selling pressure, but I was kind of looking for something a little bit more detailed than that. Might been a fake out. Well, I mean, LS, here's a little hint. If you play the could or might game as a trader, you will never make a single trade. You'll never make a trade in your life. Because every single time you're about to make a trade, you're going to be like, well, this might be a fake out, or this might be a bounce, or this might be this, or this might be that, or this could do this, or this could do that. So, Alice, that's the best bit of advice I can give you. If the best or the guaranteed way to never, ever, I repeat, never make a trade as a trader is to play the might game or the could game. Like guaranteed. Like some people say there's no guarantees in the market. Well, I say there's a guarantee. And that's it. The might or could game will lead you to never, ever making a single trade. "10 minutes until Paul speaks." I mean, in all actuality, if you play the might or could game, you'll never leave your house. Because LS, if you leave your house, you might get hit by a truck. Then again, if you stay in your house, a plane might drop out of the sky onto your house. But, well, Clay, I'm going to have a bomb shelter. Okay, well then, if you're in a bomb shelter, it might happen where the machine that's creating the oxygen for you breaks. And then you suffocate. Well, that's still a problem, LS. A plane might drop out of the sky. The steel tariffs Trump posted Friday aftermarket close has me not going long. All right. Yeah, it sounds like you're more of a general bias person, Robert. I don't really necessarily, like, I get what you're saying. I don't really factor all that into my decision-making process. Maybe I should. Yeah, Loyal Wiz, the irritated person is apparently still irritated. Trying to have a conversation. I don't even know how it works. Like, maybe they just have it automatically set up where it does it. Or I don't know if they're ever here. Which thing, Ernest? So I was seeing red candles on the SPY. That's why I thought, well, I mean, red candles don't mean something's going... I mean, yes, it means it's going down, but red candles also mean it could be a pullback, right? Pullbacks are juicy. But hey, Alice, if you got to do your... All right, we were knocking on the door. I'm not buying this, which means it's probably about to go. The reason I'm not buying this, for those of you that maybe just got logged on, is I'm 0 for 2 trying to play this breakout of this bull pennant pattern. So because I did not buy this one, probably going to go. And so far, it's looking good. I don't remember where was okay, yeah. I think here. Like it was one of my buys. I tried to buy the trot. I can't remember where. And then over here, I tried again, and then that move got me. I did have a nice bounce, though, so I finally got that bounce up. But, yeah, I said I'm not buying any more breakouts. And because I don't buy, that means that's probably going to be the time where it does break out. Is the weather nice over at your place today? No, the weather's never nice in Iowa. Nope, terrible weather every day in Iowa. So if you're looking for a place to move, Iowa is not it. Bad weather, bad people, bad traffic. Bad food because all we have here to eat is corn, and that's it. That's it. And just like that, I'm telling you, I don't buy. And that's what I've been looking for this whole time. This whole time. Oh yeah, I hear Florida's fantastic. I hear Florida's amazing. Are the women? No. There's no women here either. It's just the mice. Nope. How do you think Paul will affect the market? I have no idea. Double clips, no idea at all. That's why I just sit here and I watch the chart. Is this a new record for the live? No, it is a bot attack. I upset somebody last week, and then they came back and threatened me, saying I have to beg for their mercy. And I was like, yeah, but I didn't do anything wrong. And then I guess this is the wrath that they're continuing to pour out, is by driving up likes and views. So no, it's a bot attack. It's sunny here on the West Coast. Yeah, I hear the West Coast of Canada is beautiful. That's a great spot to move. Yeah, their feelings apparently did get hurt. Yeah. It was a very bizarre scenario because I talked to the person beforehand, seemed like a real nice guy, and then he kept dodging some basic questions. So I was like, all right, man, well. To the point where people are like, hey, can you please ban this guy? Like, he's kind of a waste. So I was like, all right, ban. And then he did the first bot. He's like, how do you like those likes? So, yeah, I still have this. Grab it real quick. Enjoying your likes? I will give you one chance to apologize to me for your rudeness and arrogance and make it count. And then, then I try to provide a little clarity, like, what are you talking about? Then he was like, basically, you better beg or else. And I'm like, all right, well, no, now you're just on some sort of weird power trip type thing. So I banned him at that point, and then ever since then. But like I said, I've invited him back. If he wants to have another chance to explain his algo. Yeah, exactly, the algo guy. I said, well, let's try again, but no, like I said, I don't know if he's even on the live stream anymore or if he just like has it programmed to do it without him being here. But he hasn't spoken up since, so I'm not sure how all that works. But after every live stream, there's Google has a report feature, so I just report, show my stats real quick. It takes, I don't know, all of a minute, and then Google just knows that it's not me that's doing anything. Because that'd be the only threat is if I get in trouble with Google because I think that I'm trying to like inflate my own numbers. But that's why you just report it and they're like, all right. Basically, they're like, we'll look into it. And if your numbers may go down after, we run our little thing and we'll take away all the fake views and stuff like that. So you may see your numbers go down. But thanks for letting us know. Was that the... No, he said he wasn't a billionaire, but he said he had, the almost 99% win rate. Does TPT send you a notification when we use your code? It does not. So it's all the trust system. I just have to trust that if you use the code that you actually did. All right, C1. We'll see how your trade plan turns out. But yes, if you are here, this guy, I'm assuming you're a guy, speak up. Well, let's take a look at your algo. If you can give us the entry point and the stop loss before the price gets to that area, then I'm all for seeing how your algo performs. Like, do we have any people here that understand how does a bot attack work? Is it what site is he using? Like, is he actually paying for all these likes and views? Is that how that works? Because that's super petty. If this guy's now paying money out of his pocket to do this, I don't understand that at all. They pay for it? Yeah, that's wild. Who are they paying? Paul is speaking in 2 minutes. I don't know. It's all ones and zeros to me. Yeah, I don't know. I knew people were like, there can be drama that comes to the live stream, and I'm like, I'll try to keep my head down. Apparently, I didn't keep it down. I did not realize that people had that sensitive of egos. But the crazy thing to me is me questioning his, like, okay, can you prove this to me? Like, me doing that, like, has no bearing on his, like, real life. Like, what does it have to do? But, like, he is literally trying to somehow, like, affect something that does affect, like, my livelihood. No, it's not like this is make or break the live stream. That's not the point. But the point is, like, I don't even know what you call that in, like, psychology. Where, like, again, me questioning, hey, can you prove out this algorithm? Like, that has no damage to him at all. Like, he could have just left the live stream and then, okay, and no damage to him at all. But, like, he took that as, okay, let me try to, like, hurt this guy and his livelihood. Like, that's wild. To me, that's wild. Some people are, I don't know what you call that in psychology, but it's something. Again, it's not damaging anything. Like I said, I just reported to YouTube, and YouTube cleans it up and is aware that it's not me doing this to try to make my own channel look more. But just the whole thought of it is, it's kind of weird. Kind of sad. Like, if I showed up on your live stream and claimed that I had a 100% win rate, and then I wasn't willing to, like, answer the, like, okay, cool, please give us the entry point and the stop loss before the price gets there, and then I'm not willing to do that, and then I'm asked, 10 times, yet I still don't do it, and then the person is like, okay, well, you're sort of now becoming a distraction, bans me. Like, at that point, it's like, okay, yeah, I get it. I wasn't willing to do what they wanted me to, and that's no sweat off my back. But, like, then to take that and they're like, well, now I'm going to try to damage this guy's livelihood. I don't know. I don't know. That's kind of weird. Well, it is 101, so he must have said something. So the press conference has started. Yeah, C1, good job. C1 had a very good trade on all that. Well done, sir. I mean, has he even started talking, though? Or is this one of these things where it's just that time, so therefore the market's just going to do its own little thing? Hey, Clay, what do we do while he speaks? Well, I don't know. What does your strategy say you should do while there's a speech like this going on? Madgely? Yes, Demetrius, it's an issue right now. It is an issue right now. All right, so this is, I'll bring this over. This is what, I think this should be big enough, I hope. Hopefully people can see that. So that's the email I just got from Take Profit Trader. So I asked when this whole delayed stuff is going to be taken care of. That's on a case-by-case basis. What happened was that when we start a new month, Tradeovate always forgets to assign market data to a subset of users. Traders just need to reach out to support, and they will be able to fix it. If they can't reach support, send me their emails, and I will do their best to help them out. So, all right, so for any community members, if you don't get it taken care of, let me know. And by community members, I mean like the private community that I have. Unfortunately, if I open this up to everybody, I'm going to have like 400 emails that I got to. Yeah, well, that's what's going on, Demetrius. Tradeovate did not, what did I say? They did not assign a subset of something to somebody. Tradeovate always forgets to assign market data to a subset of users. All right, so Tradeovate did not assign us something. That's got to be oh man. If I was take Profit Trader and it was like the third party, like man, thanks a lot for creating this headache for us now. Paul is speaking now. All right, he is speaking at the podium. Roger that. Or just give it a little bit more time, Demetrius. Because as of right now, chill. Yeah, if your strategy says you should just chill out right now, Madgely, then that's what you should do. You should just chill. I agree. Yo, I'm back. What's today's goal? I don't know what you mean. What goal do you speak of? What is this goal you speak of? Today's target. What target are you talking? Since when do I have targets, DJ Magic? What are we doing here, brother? Are you guys just reading stock patterns and trying to make money off of them? Oh, yeah, Devin. I mean, it's probably a little bit more than that, but I'm not going to push too much against that definition of the situation here. I think that's fair enough. Did DJ just welcome himself back? That's interesting. Or maybe I misread that. Or maybe that's welcome. Yeah, he did definitely just, maybe he missed it. Maybe that might be the autocorrect, though, to be fair. All right, just waiting to see what Paul actually is going to do. See if he has any influence on the markets really at all. Did anybody play that breakout? The one that I said it's going to go? He did welcome himself back. Well, I think that was That was a record-setting comment. I think you were the first person in the history of the live stream to welcome yourself back. So yeah, you just made history. So if it was efficient, wouldn't big investment companies pay millions a year to day traders to grow their clients' accounts? No, Devin. Day trading is not efficient if you're looking to make hundreds of millions of dollars. Day trading, I repeat, is not efficient. Because there does reach a point where if a day trader tries to go in, for example, if you try to go in on Tesla and buy 10,000 shares, the market is going to notice somebody's trying to buy 10,000 shares. So yes, and I've said this from the get-go, Devin, that if you are looking to try to become a billionaire, you're not going to do it with day trading because day trading is not scalable to that extent. Because again, at some point, you're going to need to be required to be buying insane amounts of position size where then the market's just going to notice you and it can start to, fool around. So you are correct. In the scale that you were talking about, it is not efficient, Devin. And Devin, if you're here like I'm here to be a billionaire, I'm here to make hundreds of millions of dollars. If that's you, then yeah, day trading's not going to be for you, Devin. But if you're someone that's like, nah, I don't really need hundreds of millions. I don't really need billions. I put myself in that category. then yeah, you can find some efficiency. Gonna buy this breakout if it closes above 464 here. Oh, if it closes above. All right. All right, Lauber. He's waiting to see if this bull pennant wants to take shape some more. Or even take that, for example, if you want to make hundreds of millions of dollars or billions or whatever, like in futures, like, okay, have fun trying to buy 100 NQ contracts at once, right? Or, whatever that takes. Like there are why when like investment banks or whatever reach out or clients reach out and they're like, yeah, I need 50,000 shares. It's like, okay, we'll work on that. We'll work on accumulating that position over like the next week. Because as like a trader, you don't go out there, type in 50,000 and click buy. That's not how it works. Now, as a day trader, if you're like doing 500 shares, okay, yeah, it's like that's like a drop in the bucket. Nobody cares about that. So yes, day trading does indeed eventually become inefficient. You will not become a billionaire day trading. You will not make hundreds of millions of dollars day trading. You will have to eventually move into more so like swing trading or just flat out investing. But again, that's within the category of you saying I'm here to only make billions or hundreds of millions. But if you're like, no, I don't necessarily need that much. Okay, cool. I just need 5 million, Clay. All right. Well, go for it, Frank. If you have that guy, yeah, maybe. So I don't know if Devin was if that was like an honest approach or if he was just trying to like backhand technical analysis or backhand day traders like come across like it was innocent questions, which it could have been. That's what I'm gonna assume. Or else if he was like thinking he was like trying to make some sort of massive point. And I don't know what you call that in conversation where somebody's like, okay, I'm gonna act like I'm nice, but I'm gonna serve him up right to the gotcha point. Again, I don't know if that's what he was trying to do, but I do always enjoy when people are like, didn't you know that most people fail day trading? It's like, well, yeah, that's I kind of talk about it quite a bit. Clay, if I make 300 million trading, I will give you 15K and you can clip this. Sounds good, Mikey. Deal. Oh, that reminds me too. Something else of people when you don't have full understanding of stuff. Let me bring this up. This was a good lesson that I wanted to point out. Again, we're just kind of kicking some rocks right now as we wait for Powell's speech to kind of wrap up in some senses. All right, let's see. All right, where is this discussion at? Okay. So right here just is a good learning lesson. This person is basically, why are you talking about $25,000? That's kind of stupid, and I was just like, well, you need 25,000 for unlimited day trades each day. And then, have you not heard of the pattern day trader rule? Yeah, but when you're just getting started, you don't need that much. Okay, agreed. You don't need $25,000. Have you not heard of cash accounts? So right here, that's the first red flag that this person doesn't actually know what they're talking about because I think that cash accounts solve the pattern day trader rule, which does not. So the first lesson here is that when it comes to day trading in the world of stocks or options, unless you have $25,000, you cannot day trade What do I mean by day trade? Well, if you're going to be a day trader, my definition is you should be able to, because a day trade is this. A day trade is you buy and sell something in the same day. And under the pattern day trading rule, you're only allowed to do that 3 times every 5 days. Yes, I'll repeat that. Every 5 days, you're only allowed to buy and sell something in the same day 3 times. So by definition, well, that's not day trading. You're not a day trader if you're only allowed to make 3 day trades, 3 times every 5 days. So that's where, but some are like, okay, well, Clay, well, you can get around that rule by using a cash account. Well, that's not true because with the cash account, you have to wait for the cash to settle. So you can use that cash and it'll be available the next day. But the point is, eventually, that cash amount drops down to 0, and you are once again in the situation where you can't day trade as much as you want. Sure, you can probably day trade more than if you were stuck under the 25K rule, but with the cash count, you're still only able to trade as much cash as you have. So that's what I was trying to tell that person. Like, okay, well, you don't quite understand everything, and then this person basically starts calling me whatever. He starts talking about offshore brokers, and I'm like, oh goodness. No, offshore brokers is not the right thing. And then this guy shows up. You're giving better advice to beginners than this guy. Okay. For sure, the vast majority of beginners should use small accounts with small size. To which I fully agree with. Small accounts with small size. I guess an exception would be someone who's practiced paper trading for a while. And even there's a psychological component when using real money. As you know, fully agree with that. Having a huge loss regardless of size can be painful, like getting punched in the face for the first time. So I agree with all this, but here's the false premise here. My premise is based on the fact of, I do agree that you don't need to have a massive account. I do agree that beginners should use small accounts with small size. Fully agree. But the problem that this guy and the other guy are missing because they're not aware of it, and this is like the reason of the live stream, is they're not aware of Pam's plan. They're falling under the umbrella of, well, day trading stocks or options, and yeah, that's true, you don't have 25,000, but you don't need a big account anyway, so you should just be able to start small anyways. And all that, I see where they're coming from, but what they're not realizing is that, well, and this is what I said, I think the more you can practice, the better. Sure, use small size and small accounts, but you can do this and make as many day trades as you want each day, and therefore get lots of practice, right? Very basic logic. The more you can practice, the better off something is. If you can practice something a whole lot with small size and small accounts, well, that's great because you're using small size and small accounts, but you're also getting a lot of practice because you're allowed to day trade as much as you want. So that was a very basic logic that I threw out there. Now, these people are not stupid. Well, yeah, what a bunch of idiots. How do they not connect such basic logic? Again, because they're not aware of Pam's plan. They're operating under the premise of stocks or options as what you need to trade. So that's why I told these, you two apparently think there is only a stock market out there. I'd encourage you to look into the futures market and prop firms, and then you'll understand what I'm getting at. And that is what I am getting at here, is that with the prop firm and trading futures is great because there's no pattern day trading rule. So you can every single day, literally buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell as much as you want. But the other thing to what these people were arguing for, which is true, is that, well, you need to start with small size. I agree. That's the beautiful thing about the prop firm is this part right here, the low capital required, and then along with that is the added risk control and how you protect your own money because you have very, very small account. How small is your account? Well, your account size defined as what you have at risk on the bare minimum is just $105. So like quite literally your account size in the sense of what you have at risk, what happens if you blow your account is $105. Yet that $105 opens up the doors through futures to be able to buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell as much as you want. And yes, you can do that with very small size, which is, I agree with those people. But that's a beautiful thing about Pam's plan is it allows you to do everything they were arguing for, but as much as you want. Because what they're arguing for is, yeah, use a small account, use small size, but yeah, you're not going to be able to trade as much as you want, but at least that's still some practice, which is fine. That's why this comes back to what you've members have heard me say time and time again. This is an argument of efficiency. Pam's plan is an argument of efficiency. So from an efficiency standpoint, I would say the argument goes, well, yes, using a small account, small size is totally fine, totally good for a beginner. Agreed. But could we be more efficient in terms of practicing? Because if you can only do 5 trades, in the world outside of Pam's plan, well, I think it would be more efficient if you could do 15 or 20 in the world of Pam's plan because that's more practice. And the more practice you can get, the quicker you can start to fine tune things, develop things. So that is just one of those sets of circumstances where, that is why I do the live stream. That is the core thing, as you've heard. I'm not here to prove that I'm a great trader. I'm here to let people know about Pam's plan, because that interaction right there that I just had illustrates exactly how people they're just not aware. They're operating inefficiently. They have lots of partial truths. Again, I agree with both of them so much. Yeah, when you're a beginner, start small size, small account, all of that. And you can't really get any smaller of an account. Again, account being defined as how much you have at risk. Hard to get much smaller than a $105 account to be able to day trade and have real skin in the game and everything like that. And that's what the prop firm allows you to do through Pam's plan. So again, that is why I do the live stream, so I can let people know, hey, there's a more efficient way out there. But I had that interaction. I was like, okay, this is definitely going to be good for the live stream, because I know why are you doing this, Clay? Why are you trying to sell prop firms? Well, I'm trying to sell a good idea. I'm trying to present a good idea. And nobody has been able to tell me how Pam's plan is a bad idea. People have attacked me and made me look like the bad person. Fine, but that doesn't address the issue. At that point, your position is a bad person is presenting a good idea. Future is way better for a degen like me. Do you recommend a 100K or 150K account? At that point, I would say 150K just because you're getting more drawdown. Others may disagree, but yeah, if you're between 100K and 150K, for 20 some dollars more, because with the 100K, you're allowed to lose up to the 3,000, but for just 20 bucks more or whatever, you gain another 1,500 of drawdown. And that's the number that matters for the accounts. Well, some would say that. I'll really be like, well, no, the price target matters. But so that would be my opinion. I would say if you're between these ones, you might as well just get yourself a little bit more drawdown, especially when you look at the prices. It's for what? $21 more. So $21 more for $1,500 more in drawdown. Yeah, I have some pro accounts and test accounts, Mikey. Yep, both. Just trying to understand the concept from someone looking from the outside just seems like a form of gambling. Oh, Devin, fair enough. Well, Devin, I'll tell you what also is gambling. Crossing the street, a busy street, is also a gamble. In fact, I would say a bigger gamble. You're gambling your life when you cross a busy street. But Devin, is there anything that you can do to help give you an edge when you cross a busy street? Is there any strategy thing you could think of that gives you an edge? Doesn't guarantee that you won't get hit, but when you cross a busy street, can you think of any decision, any strategy you could use to help manage that risk? Because you are technically putting your life on the line when you cross a busy street. Future is way better for... No, Joseph, we are getting hit by a bot attack. That's not real likes or not real viewers. I upset somebody last week, and apparently they're still upset. Thanks for the info, but how does a profit what you keep, and of loss, how much? All right here. It tells you everything as far as the rules. So on a 50K purchasing power, they don't want you losing more than 2,000. So that's it. You need to manage risk. Don't lose more than 2,000. But again, if you lose the 2,000, that's not 2,000 out of your pocket. It would just be 119 because that was the cost of the account. For the business savvy people, this is not. This is all happened in a simulated environment, because I understand you're saying, wait a second, how is this a viable business model? This is a scam. You give them $119 and then they're going to let you go lose 2,000 of their money. How can that be sustainable? Because again, this is all happening in a simulated environment. Prices per month. Yeah, well, the price per month is just the test phase. Once you make this jump from test to pro, there's no more monthly fee. That is why I tell people you can take as long as you want to pass the test, but I tell people get it done within a month. That way you don't have to pay that, and you don't want to rush, but get it done within a month. And you may be saying, well, what are you talking about, Clay? I've never made $3,000 1 month before. I'm telling you, and anybody here can back me up on this. When it comes to futures, this is a very real thing. Futures can move. I know a lot of people are like, no, penny stocks move. No, altcoins move. No, meme coins move. No, low float stocks move. No. Those things look like paint drying compared to futures. And anybody that has traded futures will back me up. Be like, yeah, trust me, futures move. So it is totally reasonable to be able to make $3,000 in a month based on just how they do move. Talking back to my wife is also gambling. So back to the whole street crossing thing. Maybe everybody saw where I was getting at, right? One of the first things we're taught as kids to manage risk, because crossing a busy street is gambling with our life. But we're taught a risk management procedure. That procedure, of course, being, well, look both ways before you cross the street, right? That's all that is. Looking both ways is risk mitigation. It's a risk management procedure. And the same is the idea with trading. Within trading, you want to be able to find edges, and your whole goal is to always be looking both ways before you enter into a trade and make sure that the risk makes sense. Again, there's no guarantee, but there's ways to make sure that the risk makes sense and that if you do have a losing trade, you're not going to get destroyed and all that. So I can see how it appears as gambling, and to be totally fair to Devin, some people, they use it as casino, but that does not mean that you cannot find edges. And the proof of that is you've heard of professional traders before, but the one thing you've never heard of is a professional slot machine player, right? Right? You've heard of professional poker players, which tells me that poker is not just random gambling. There is an edge. There is stuff you can do within poker. Because you've heard of professional poker players. You've heard of professional traders. You never heard of a professional slot machine player, because there is nothing you can do to manage risk, to mitigate risk, to put odds in your favor playing a slot machine. Clay entry price, 436. Stop loss, 399. No, I'm not going to join you and risk 35 points. You crazy? I'm not risking 35 points. What kind of madman are you? Is there a reason why you're only trading the MNQ? Yes, there is a reason. First off, I do trade both. This up here is the NQ. This right here is the MNQ. But I am not a very good late morning, afternoon trader. Over my entire career, I've basically never traded this time. But this whole live stream was essentially an accident. And if you want proof of that, you should go back and watch the first ever live stream. It's literally me like putzing around, and all of a sudden people show up, and I'm like, whoa, there's people here. And then kind of the rest is history. But I've discovered that, yeah, people do like to see live trades being made. And just based off of, my schedule and how things work best, I basically can only start live streaming at 11 a.m. Eastern, which puts me in a kind of the beginning of the late morning, early afternoon, where I'm not a great trader. So I factor that in via controlling risk via the type of contract that I'm trading. So yes, there is a reason, and that is the reason. On the the 5 minute, 1 minute time frame or 5 minute time frame, DJ Magic, 30 points is 30 points. And as I mapped out earlier, my rules for the day, I'm not allowed to risk more than 20 points in a single trade. Clay, does your promo code include the... Yes, it does. Thank you, Sky Heaven, for asking and for considering using the code. Yep. If you use code Clay, then not only do you get this 30% off, but prop firms have something called an activation fee. So prop firms, once you pass the test or the eval or the combine, they all call it different things. And then once you move to the pro, right here, they charge an activation fee. And usually Take Profit Trader does charge $130 right here. So after you pass, in order to move into the pro account and activate it, $130. But with code Clay, not only do you get the 30% off, but this is also at $0. So yeah, really good deal going on right now with Take Profit Trader. And if you want to, like I said, get that deal, support the channel, code Clay. I made 1404 on 6 trades last Friday in about 5 minutes. I admit Drew, I'll give you credit where credit's due. I'm glad that you admitted that was pure luck. I think I told you, maybe somebody else said something last week. I thought it was you, but maybe I'm confusing. But yes, there's nothing more dangerous than making money from pure luck and then telling yourself that it was skill. So good job, Drew, for admitting that, yeah, those gains you made had nothing to do with skill or strategy. It just was pure luck. And the live trades would build a sense of credibility. To an extent, Ernest, but like I said, even if I just concede, let's just say this, Ernest, that I am a fake guru, that I have zero credibility, like, unless you can address the idea and tell me how Pam's plant, which again is the main reason for the live stream, unless you can tell me how this is a bad idea, then your position would basically be a fake guru is providing or presenting a good idea. Or, you know, a scammer is presenting a good idea. Now, if you can address the argument and tell me how this is a bad idea, then yeah, then you could say a scammer is presenting a bad idea. But that's why I just concede. I don't care what you think of me. Just for the sake of an argument, let's assume I'm like everything negative. I don't know how to trade. I'm a fake guru. I'm a scammer. I'm a con man. I kick puppy dogs. I shove over old ladies. I do not help them across the street. I do not take kittens out of trees. I burn the tree down. Like anything evil, let's just assume that's true about me. What does that have to do with the argument? What does it have to do with Pam's plant? All you'd have to say is bad person is presenting a good idea. So all those other things are ad hominem. So I do get what you're saying, but that's why I just tell people, like, I'm not here to like prove that I'm a good trader. I don't care what you think. I'm here to make people aware of Pam's plan. Because if you saw earlier, we went through this most recent discussion, and this was just the most recent example of people out there that they're wasting their time. They're doing things inefficiently because they're not aware of Pam's plan. And it feels good. I've had many people now swing by the live stream and thank me. Like, hey, Clay, thank you for telling me about Pam's plan. I was not aware of day trading futures through a prop firm. And man, it's so much better than what I was doing. Why are you only... I'm not, Isle Boy. I also have a... Come on, Isle Boy. Right here. I talk about both Apex and Take Profit. So code Clay. So I'm not only Take Profit. I just mainly only talk about Take Profit because, again, I am under the assumption that people are new to the world of prop firms. And Take Profit Trader is, I believe, the most beginner-friendly, the best one out there anyways. So I want to give people a smooth transition into the world of day trading futures through a prop firm. And I think Take Profit allows for that. But yes, if you're already familiar with Pam's plant, you're like, yeah, I already do futures in a prop firm, and you're more of an intermediate or advanced prop firm trader, and you use Trade08, and you want to support the channel, then yeah, code Clay. I do have a Apex account too, or affiliate, I should say. So once you lose 3,000 in the 50K, your account is done? No, not 3,000. It's 2,000. 3,000 is the profit target. 2,000 is what you're allowed to lose. What are your thoughts on people on YouTube that promote 1% lifestyle that they claim is from day trading? Yeah, I think those are the people that really misrepresent people. I don't know what a 1% lifestyle is, but as I've always said here, just signed up. Thank you, Sky Heaven. I've never been a full-time day trader. I'm not capable of being a full-time day trader, especially now as somebody with 6 kids that all live at home. That's just way too much pressure to have all my income come from day trading. But I've always been since I was a young kid. And every wealthy person I've ever studied has one thing in common: multiple streams of income. So I believe that the ultimate goal should be to create many streams of income for yourself. I think the goal of full-time day trading is a silly, ineffective goal. And I don't know any full-time day traders, by the way. I don't think anybody here knows any full-time day traders either. You might know of somebody that calls themselves a full-time day trader, and you know of them because they have a YouTube channel. Well, then guess what? They're not a full-time day trader because they're making money from the YouTube channel. Again, good for them. I'm not saying that in a bad way. I'm doing the same thing. I applaud them because, hey, multiple streams of income. But yes, to Drew or to Devin's point, if they're sitting there saying this is all possible from day trading, it's like, well, wait a second. You sell a class, you sell, a Discord, you have t-shirts that you sell, you're on YouTube, you have referral codes. Again, good for that person. Many streams of income. But if they're just acting like everything is coming from day trading, yeah, not a fan of that. And by the way, they're not a full-time day trader. They are doing multiple streams of income. So yes, if you have been a member of my community, again, I started this site, the website, back in 2013. So anybody that's been a part of it, they know that if you show up there, multiple streams of income is highly encouraged. The more streams of income you have, the better. And I didn't invent that wheel. But spoiler alert, if you go study wealthy people, you're going to notice one thing. They all have multiple streams of income. Yes, I got a new computer. Yep. My Uber driver said he was... Said he was what? C. Jala? I don't know what C. Jala means. C. Jala means that's crazy? Okay, here's just something that I think I got to start to institute. I'm getting, because I'm trying to talk, I'm trying to trade, I'm trying to find stuff. One thing, and I'm not blaming anybody because I used to talk about this all the time, but then I was just like, okay, but like, I do take super chat. So if a question is super, super important to you, a $5 super chat makes it happen. I'm not saying you have to do that, but please, a little behind the scenes, the quickest way for me to just ignore is if you start spamming the same thing over and over and over again, okay? So if it's that important, $5 super chats, make it happen right away. I will get to it immediately, okay? Again, that's fine because I rarely ever say that anymore. But that is the benefit of a super chat because I am starting to get too many messages where it's hard to keep up with them. I'm trying my best, but I'm also trying to talk, trying to analyze the market, trying to potentially put on another trade, which another trade is seemingly coming here in just a moment. Oops, let's get that up to 5. Do I want to sell my... No, you wouldn't want my old one. My other one is like, I don't know, 5 years old or something. Or maybe, no, it's 2025 now. I don't know. It's at least 5 years old. Like that, DJ Magic. Now you're just being obnoxious, man. I already told you no. I said I'm not risking 30 points. That you keep asking that. So like stuff like that. That's where I make mental checks and I'm like, all right, I'm just going to ignore this going forward. Like I do get it. That's why I'm still working on it. I'm not perfect at it. But I do understand that from your perspective, like this isn't real life. And I've said this many times before where like the way people behave in the chat box is like not how you would behave in real life. Like DJ Magic would not show up and be like, hey, I'm back. Welcome, DJ, I'm back. Like in front of a whole group of people. Like you wouldn't do that in the real world. You would not be like, hey, you're going to follow me in the trade, get an explanation, and then a little bit later, raise your hand. Not even raise your hand. Just say, hey, you're going to get me into the trade? Like you don't do that in real life. Because in real life, but like me, I don't like seem like a real person, right? This isn't real life. I understand. So I do try to give a little bit of grace. Like if I put myself in your shoes, I get it. I'm some dude that's live streaming on YouTube. So behave however you want because who cares? But like I am actually a real person. Like in the same stuff that would probably, you would look at it and be like, dude, that's kind of annoying. Like that doesn't make any sense. Like I'm that way too. I agree, Alfredo. I agree. That's why I don't ask anybody to follow me. So like Alfredo's got an ulterior method. They're trying to, basically, they're not being intellectually honest. They think that I'm a scammer. They think that all this is scamming. What was the term we came up with, Alfredo? Alfredo, oh yeah, you're the guy that pokes with one hand and then you have the victim card on the other. So I know you're saying that because you're implying that's what I'm doing. But like anybody that's part of my community or part of my mentorship or part of anything knows that I do the exact opposite. I don't tell anybody to follow me. Props to you. I couldn't trade and pay attention to people chatting at me. No, that's the thing is I don't mind them chatting at me, but there does reach a point where people are just weird. Like it's just weird because, and I get why they're being weird because this doesn't seem like real life to them. But like, I am a real person, despite what it appears. Like I am a real person. So like what you would find weird in like a business meeting, not this is a business meeting, but like a group of people in real life, what you would find weird, I also find weird. But yes, that's what I said. I don't even know if I'm good at live streaming. Like live streaming definitely takes a skill, and maybe I don't have the right amount of patience, or I get annoyed, or I get whatever too easily. So I'm still trying to learn. I'm only like 4 months into this. U.S. oil sell at 62,529. What should be target? Taryn, I'd encourage you to figure that stuff out beforehand. I don't know. I don't know anything about you. I don't know anything about your strategy. I don't know anything about your risk tolerance. All I can really say is I'd encourage you to slow down, because the fact that you are you seem to be having missing parts to your trade plan, and now you're asking people on a live stream. I'd say maybe slow down. That'd be the best thing I could tell you. No, I'm not. No, I'm not interested in selling. If anything, I'm going to use it from one of my kids. Drew, man, I got 6 kids, all right? We homeschool. We're going to need some computers at some point. I like it because you don't take anything. Well, I mean, I'm glad you like it, but sometimes I probably should be a little bit more patient, but it's hard. It's hard. It's a skill I'm still working at for this live streaming stuff. Do you offer paid mentorship, Clay? I do. Since you asked, I will drop this your way, and you can do with this link as you please, Ernest, but there you go. Is Paul still speaking, by the way? Does anybody know? Is he still talking, or is he done? Does anybody know? He's done? Oh, okay. Thank you. Maybe some of you already told me that, and I just missed it. But like I said, it's hard to keep up with every message. It was just a 10-minute video of him thanking staff. Gotcha. I like Paul. Paul's doing a good job. What are your guys' thoughts on Paul? Good job, bad job? Since when do we talk politics? This is not politics. We're talking economics. But I think Paul's doing a good... Well, I think he should be raising interest rates some more, but at least he's keeping them steady. So overall, I like how I think he's doing a good job. But yeah, my personal opinion is interest rates should be raised some more. All right, watch it. The reason I'm looking over here, anybody that's new to the stream, is not because I'm like looking out into a magical world, but because I have another monitor right here, and that's where I have other time frames. Alfredo, if I thought any of this was actually with good intentions, I'd be willing to interact. But at this point, I don't think you have any sort of good, honest intentions here, regardless, based off your interactions on Saturday. And then based off when I was like, I don't know, is it me? Or how would you describe what Alfredo's doing? And literally like 10 people are like, narcissist. So that's why I'm ignoring you, Alfredo, to just be bluntly honest with you. Again, I didn't know if it was me on Saturday or I was imagining things, but when you see the same word pop up by several people that witnessed how you were behaving and conducting yourself, I don't think you're doing any of this in good faith. Okay, we'll see if this wants to come off the bottom here. Right, but yeah, I don't believe that though. That's the whole point, Alfredo. No, Drew Down, because you're not going to buy anything from him anyways, dude. So no. I don't want them to think that Clay's referring tire kickers to him. Or did you all of a sudden get funds where you can buy one of their computers? Again, Alfredo, this is what I mean. This is gonna be the last time I address you because you're proving my point. I'm gonna annoy so many people because you're like, Clay, dude, you just talked about this. Yes, but apparently Alfredo is not listening. I don't care. I'll just default. So much for transparency. I'm not trying to prove anything. Alfredo, I'm a terrible trader. I'm a scumbag. I'm anything negative you can think about. I'm here to promote Pam's plant. You want to tell me how Pam's plan is bad? Then let's have a discussion about Pam's plan. Because at least if you show how Pam's plan is a bad idea in day trading, then you could be like, a scumbag is providing a bad idea. But everybody just wants to attack me, which is the ad hominem fallacy. But so I'll just concede everything negative about me. So that doesn't change the position. All the position would be bad man giving good idea. So if you want to talk about this, Alfredo, if you want to tell me how this is a bad idea from a day trading standpoint, let me know. But all I've had so far is people try it and come back and thank me and be like, man, I was not aware of that, but wow, futures are better. Wow, it's nice to have my risk under control more because if I go on tilt, it doesn't cost me thousands of dollars out of my pocket. It just costs me $100. So thank you for proving my point. Hey, Jared, thanks. What's up, Clay? Just getting no question for you. Just, hey, appreciate that. Yeah, no, nobody's attacking me. I'm attacking myself so we can adjust, so we can advance the conversation. So who is attacking you? Me. I'm calling myself a scumbag. So that way, in that situation, we would have now a scumbag is presenting a good idea. So do you have any complaints about this, Alfredo? Because I've already conceded I'm a scumbag, okay? So is there an issue about this, Alfredo, that you would say makes this a bad idea? Because if so, then I get it. You could be, hey man, this guy's on a live stream presenting a bad idea to people. And I want to know, like, if this is a bad idea, please let me know. I don't want to be providing a good or bad idea to people. So yes, I'm attacking myself so I can veer the conversation back to the whole point of the live stream. The point of this live stream, I am not here to impress anybody. Think I'm a terrible trader. That's fine. But it would still be terrible trader is providing a good idea. And that's what I'm here to help people with. And I just shared, I don't know, about 30 minutes ago, an interaction I had on YouTube comments that demonstrated exactly why I do this. Because people are not aware of this. And this being a good idea. You the man, Clay. Thank you, John. Watching the 5-minute, it's sitting here right at this back test area. Back test of the breakout, the 21 EMA, so I am very interested right here. Again, Alfredo, you're being banned for this reason. Because you have a good day too. The ad hominem fallacy, attacking me. I've already confessed. For the sake of argument, I'm a terrible trader. What does that have to do with Pam's plan? Tell me how Pam's plan is a bad idea. So this person is officially gone. So you guys were right. Total narcissist. You guys nailed that one on Saturday. For the people here that were Saturday in coffee, Alfredo, like I said, sometimes I'm like, I don't know, maybe I'm not reading this person right. But I asked, and had to been at least 10 people were like, no, Alfredo, narcissist. Again, I'm a terrible trader. What does that have to do with anything? Tell me how Pam's plan is a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. People can easily lose $100 in one trade. I think all these prop firms can do it because so few people. Yeah, trading is hard. Some people are like, well, not many people get paid in a prop firm. It's like, well, that's not the prop firm's fault. That's just trading. Trading is hard. The prop firm's not making trading hard. Trading is just hard in and of itself. But what prop firms do is they give you more opportunity to figure things out, because in the real world of trading, one trade could literally cost you $1,000. But at least in prop firms, it only costs you a couple hundred. So instead of having $1,000 gone, at least you still got a few $100 to work with. Jose just joined the stream. NASDAQ looks worse than Forks today, man. Watching paint dry. Oh, I know. I'm not sure. Are you saying that the futures is like paint dry? You keep falling for these trolls. Well, Aaron, I mean, you can say that all in hindsight, but I don't think it's good policy. So Jose is, okay, that's right. Just want to buy the kids a bag of cookies. Hey, thank you. That's very kind of you. No, I do not use a Dom. I just have this over here. I mean, anybody that's ever traded Forex knows how asinine. I think Jose's probably just trolling. He doesn't actually mean that. But if you go and day trade Forex, talk about just a waste of time. But let me say, to be fair, Forex does sometimes move better than futures. But it's like when world events happen. Like something massive happens and then currencies start going a little crazy. But besides that, it's nothing. So to be fair to Jose, yeah, maybe today for some reason that, like, I don't know, Forex is moving a little bit better. But that takes like big, like, you know, maybe 2 or 3 times a year type situations. But again, I don't know how this is watching paint dry, Jose. That breakout right there from 35 up to, we won't even say you sold the top, but like right there, 35 to 70, that's a 35-point move. Just trolling. Okay. Well, please, okay. No, I don't need to try. I can look at a chart, Jose. Forex, I take that back. Forex would be the last, well, I don't know. I may even day trade options before I'd ever go to Forex. And for you longtime viewers here, you know how I feel about day trading options. So that's kind of what that explains what I feel about what I feel about Forex trading. Because that's a crazy statement on my part. But yeah, Aaron, I think part of live streaming is you fall for trolls. Because what I don't want to do is assume somebody's a troll too quickly. But yes, Aaron, in hindsight live streaming, I am going to fall for trolls. But keep in mind, you're talking in hindsight. Like that, like I could almost say that you're a troll for making that comment. But I don't think that would be fair of me to all of a sudden class, you know, chalk you up as a troll right now. But yes, in hindsight, if I give you more opportunity and you turn out to be a troll, then yeah, somebody else could show up and be like, I can't believe you fell for Aaron as a troll. You keep falling for trolls like Aaron. It's like, well, yeah, I guess right. In hindsight, maybe this first comment, but I don't want to jump too quick to the troll bandwagon. But good old hindsight. Hindsight is everywhere. Hindsight in trading, hindsight in live streaming. Well, I'm glad you would not be offended. Like the current person doing the bot attack has been offended and remains offended, apparently. So I will give you a shout out there, because apparently some people are indeed offended. Giovanni, market dead. No, I'm not sure I'd agree with that. I mean, these have been some okay, full-blown hindsight trading here, but I mean, there have been some very nice breakouts today. So I'm not quite sure I'd agree that it's dead. Edwin, at this point, Edwin, you've asked so many questions. Just join the mentorship, Edwin. You would benefit from it. I promise, Edwin, you will benefit from it. If you don't use a Dom, just try going full screen. Well, no, Mark. Other people like to watch the Dom. That's why I have it. I just got the end of the talk, and he looked like someone that did not understand the benefits. I'm not expert, but I liked what... No, yeah. So, well, I'm pretty sure Alfredo was just another person that's been here. You can always start to tell, like, questions, and then there's baked-in assumptions. Like, there's baked-in jabs within the questions. And then you address them, and then, you know, the telltale sign that I'm learning is, whoa, why are you getting so defensive? It's like, well, by definition, if you, like, everybody gets defensive. Like, if somebody makes a claim, and then you begin to defend something against it, right? Then you are defensive. Like, that's what sports is, right? Like, one part of the game is literally a bunch of defensive people. Why are you being defensive? Well, because I'm trying to defend the goal, you know, in conversation. Well, I'm trying to defend an idea or defend a point. Why are you being defended? So that's what I've learned. I've learned that very quickly, that The people, you know, they'll ask stuff. It's like, okay, maybe you're just a little rough around the edges, but that part. But then if you kind of address it, why are you so defensive? It's like, okay, pretty sure I'm at like 80% now that you're not here for good faith. Tony, watched you for a while. First time live. Thanks for your content, Tom. Hey, thanks, Tony. Thank you for being here. Hit that like button if you're enjoying. But yeah, thanks for stopping by, and I'm glad the content could help. It's been a while since I've made a trade, huh? I guess we were kind of waiting for Paul, but this pullback just keeps on going. I love Paul. He's the man. Yeah, I think Paul's doing a good job. I like Paul. He's not as good as, who is Reagan's? Volcker. I like Volcker. Paul Volcker. I think that was Paul Why is that saying Paul Volcker? Is that hard for anybody else to say? It's kind of a mouthful for me to say. I don't know. I don't know, brother. So a troll is someone you disagree with? No, not at all. Or is it someone who asks you questions you don't? No, even neither. There have been some people that, I don't know if Roger's still around, but Roger. Oh, well, to be fair, yes, to a point, there are questions that I don't like. Like Alfredo was asking me questions that I literally just answered like a few moments. So on that note, to be fair, yes, I do find trolls to be trolled if they're asking me questions and I don't like these questions because these questions were literally just asked. So yes, and that's in that sense, I would call somebody a troll for asking questions and I don't like these questions because I literally just got done addressing it. Hi, Clay. At what point would you recommend? Yeah. I did answer his questions that he was asking. Yeah. And Jamie, you can just admit that like you created a new name. You're one of these people that you came back. I mean, you don't have, you very well may be Alfredo because you seem to be taking that same approach. So Jamie, are you Alfredo? I think you are. I think. Keyword. I'm not saying I know. Hey, thanks, Drew Down. Appreciate it. I need a computer. Well, I have no computer for you. At what point would you recommend futures trading through a broker rather than a prop firm? I mean, really never. Some of the best traders I know in our community, like they're like, why would I ever risk my capital? Like if I can make money using somebody else's, capital, which is what a prop firm is, why would I ever do that? But to your question, at what point? I mean, if you're consistently making money, you never have bad days, you never break rules, you never go on tilt, then yeah, I could see that making sense. Hey, Sam. Cloudy, does Tradeovate offer? No, I don't think, not that I'm aware of that they offer OCOs. Copy trading software, I just recommend what Tradeovate has because Tradeovate has a built-in one. So, but I'm not saying they're the best one. I'm just saying that's what I would say I would recommend because I just use Tradeovate. And if you use Tradeovate, I guess that's kind of one of the benefits is that they do have the built-in software. The copy trade software, I should say. Okay, that's definitely Alfredo. And you're already lashing out at me. I'm lashing out at you. Okay. I just asked for the company that you recommend and drop a super chat. Fair enough, Drew. That's fair. Whoops. This is their guide. and then they'll have their contact information a part of it. Yes, I did. I did accuse you. I did accuse you of. Well, I think that you're somebody else. I think. Can't please it. No, that's true. All because you don't like when someone may have disagreement. No, I disagree with people all the time. But there does reach a point where, I'm not a fan of this. I'm not a fan of people that carry a stick and poke in one hand and then the other hand, then they play the victim card. Like you just did. Poke, poke. Whoa, why? Then victim card. Wait, why are you lashing out at me? That's the stuff that I admit. If you want to press my buttons and get banned quickly, do that. Walk around with a stick and then a victim card in each hand. Poke, poke. Whoa, victim card. That's why I thought that you were bye. Okay. Well, all the best to you. Yes, I will be the first to admit. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I need to work on being better about that. But if anybody has any mental tricks on how to deal with people that walk around with a stick in one hand and a victim card in the other hand, and I'm being dead serious. Like, share some wisdom. Like, how do you recommend dealing with that sort of situation? And I'm not trolling at all. That is a genuinely serious question. How do you deal with the people that in one hand have a stick, then the other hand have a victim card? I have made millions with swing trading. Day trading is a losing game. Okay. All right, that's awesome. I'm glad you made millions with swing trading. That's fantastic. The prop firm trader that, I don't know, what was that, like a month ago, that got a $2.2 million payout day trading, he'd disagree with you, but hey, if you're making millions swing trading, more power to you. What did Everest Trader make? How much do you make in a year? I make enough to keep food on the table for my 6 kids. I make enough to have a roof over their head. Make enough to heat the house when it gets cold. So that's how much I make. Enough to provide for my family. That's how much I make. I'm passing 3 right now. Congrats. You ignore it and treat them as if... Okay, all right. Like I said, that was a genuinely honest question. If there is a way, like I'm open to, maybe there's a way out there that I'm not aware to deal with those sorts of situations. So if there is, I'd love to be enlightened. Yes, there is, Sky Heaven. Let me bring that video to you. Let's see. There we go. So I'm not saying this is like any sort of magical, mystical thing to do it, but if you want to get it the way mine looks, Sky Heaven, that video will walk you through everything. People need to lose the victim mentality, especially in this market. It can get brutal. Agreed. Stay away from them. Fair enough. Black dude from Total Recall, 6 kids. Just a joke. Your humor went over my head on that one. I haven't uploaded my recent trades though. That's cool. Hey, Everest dude, that's fantastic. I'm good for you. If you're making millions swing trading, that's awesome. Some people do very well day trading though too. But hey, good job. Maybe a short up around here somewhere. I don't know. Could have a stop around the 460-ish area, perhaps. Block them so they can't suck. Yeah, that's where I struggle though, Mike, because I don't want to jump to the conclusion too fast that somebody's like that. But I mean, it's a good point. But it's kind of like what I was telling Aaron or whatever the person's name was. Like some of it is just hindsight. In hindsight, you're like, oh man, why did I spend so much energy? But like you don't necessarily know until you have hindsight. What would you suggest? Definitely going to the link at the top. That's going to get you the prop firm. And then, because you definitely want to trade futures through the prop firm. And the prop firm that I'm using would recommend Glamrock is what you see at the top of the page there. So that's how I would say to get into futures. Make sure you do it through a prop firm. Do not just do PAMs. Especially as a beginner, doing just PAMs, very, very dangerous. Why is it dangerous? Because of this right here. Futures, oh boy, they can move. But the problem with this is if you're doing this, then it's all your capital at risk. And if you're just starting off with just a couple thousand, no joke, that couple thousand could be gone just like that. So as a beginner, you don't want to just do PAMs. You want the plant. So you want to use the prop firm. And again, the prop firm that I'm using and would recommend is right there at the top of the screen. And yeah, you make sure you use code Clay to get the discounts. And it'll also support the channel, which I definitely appreciate. Third time answering same person, question block. Yeah, I don't know, 3 strikes and you're out type thing. Great day for my P&L, early for about 45 minutes this morning. But with the injury, I have not done push-ups. Oh, it is Monday. I got to still do my push-ups today. That's right. I'll do them after the stream. Man, that's unacceptable, Frank. I can't believe I almost forgot about my push-ups. So I'll show you what I'm going for today, Frank. I do push-ups once a week, and every week I do 5 more. So today, Frank, going for 220. And I get myself a minute. So I'll do as many as I can, then I get a minute rest. And then again, I do as many as I can, minute rest. So today, I will be going up to 220 will be the goal today. Man, that's bad. I can't believe I forgot that today was Push-Up Monday. I would like to think I'd have eventually remembered, but that's unacceptable. Who else here does push-ups? That's one of these things where if somebody's like, I'm not healthy, I don't have time to go to the gym, no. Excuse denied. Do a push-up. Do push-ups. Fantastic compound movement. All right. Dude, if you're here to like spam your channel or whatever, then you're definitely going to be gone. Okay, same with you, Ace Trades. Like, are you guys in cahoots? Again, I don't know who people are, so a policy is don't bring up other people's names, and definitely don't be the person then spam your own thing. Because I don't know who people are, so I don't want my channel to be the funnel that takes people off to who knows who. Again, I'm not saying everybody else besides me is evil. That's not my claim. I'm just saying I keep my head down, do my own thing. So I have no idea who other people really are. And I don't want my channel to be the funnel that takes people to a certain place. Mikey, my friend, I have, there's already moderators, my friend. I will do 1 girls push-up. Good. Hey, we all got to start somewhere. Do 1 push-up. Give yourself a week. Next time, go for 2. Got to start somewhere. Doc says hip is on the mend. Well, that's good. Good. Gym rat for almost 20 years here. So you would agree, Blobber Dobber, that a valid excuse of why you can't do something healthy is, well, I just can't afford a gym membership, or I can't make it to the gym. If you got a little room on your office floor, booyah, you can get right to it. I like how you don't claim to be the best trader, but demonstrate consistency and longevity in the game. I've been watching you. Hey, thanks. Alvin? Sorry if I pronounced your name. Yeah. I may look to take something short here. I want to see the price come up. In fact, let me just map this level out so you can kind of visually see. And so I can also visually see. Okay, I want to see the price come up to this area and then come back down, and I'll try to capture it on the way back down. Bull worker. Never heard of a bull worker. We all had to figure something out during COVID. I rigged a pulley system using 5-gallon big. Nice. But at the end of the day, really, I mean, a push-up is an amazing thing. Like, if you want a full body workout, including core, I mean, push-ups is where it's at. What's my background? Oh, boy. I don't know if I feel like going through my entire story right now. I started the channel in 2013, so there's all sorts of content that can answer all that. But to be fair, there's like thousands of videos now on my YouTube channel. So like to expect somebody to like go piece things together, probably unreasonable on my part. Pull-ups, push-up. Yeah, the only thing with pull-ups is that technically you need a piece of equipment for a pull-up. Well, I guess in theory you could find something maybe around, whoa. Maybe around the house. Whoa, what's going on here? Look at that, right off that level. Are you kidding me? Raymond, ES getting close to high of day. Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, you said it was getting close. You didn't say it was going to go to the high of the day. You need to get back in the green. No, that's how red days get even redder. Okay, Storm, that's how red days get even redder, that sort of mentality. I'll have to respectfully disagree with that attitude. So I still am interested in a potential short, but price still needs to come up here a bit more. Well, I mean, amazing. The power of charts. That trend line was there, and I mean, just a beautiful back test. Crazy. That thing was going basically straight down and boop, right off that level. Yes, can get a pull-up bar for... Right, yeah, that's my point. You still have to spend money on a pull-up bar for 20 bucks. Push-ups, nothing. Wall sits, well... I guess in theory you could say, well, Clay, you have to pay money for that wall. All right, fair enough. But wall sits, most people we have access to a wall. No guile, I cannot. Because I don't even know what you're talking about liquidity zones. You've been I don't know who you've been hanging around with, but they are way cooler than I am. You've been hanging around with cool people that use like terminology like liquidity zones. I have no idea what that is, Guile. All I know is that you are hanging around people way cooler than I am. Well, that's great, Everest, dude, but that's fine. But do you see the logical fallacy you're using? Day trading didn't work for me, therefore day trading is not profitable. Like, really? I failed out of medical school, therefore medical school is a scam. Do you see the disconnect in logic there, Everest, dude? Again, I'm happy for you. You're making millions swing trading, fantastic. But that would be a non sequitur in logic. I try to bite a pizza. I don't like pizza. Therefore, pizza is disgusting. Maybe for you, but I don't know about for everybody. All right, again, I'm watching that line. Want to see the price. Go up to that line. See how it behaves. Burpees greater than push-ups. Yeah, I don't think I'd argue against that, Mikey. Good cardio there. And to the point of the argument, yeah, you can do burpees right there. I'm happy. Well, yeah, awesome, Everett, dude. Again, that has nothing to do with the logic you were using. But hey, I'm glad that you found something that works for you. That's fantastic. But that's it. What you're doing is like if somebody showed up and they're like, "What do you? I make millions day trading. Swing trading is a loser's game." You'd be like, "Wait a second, no." And then later on, that person's like, "Well, I tried swing trading, it didn't work for me." You'd be like, "Okay, well, yeah, okay, but fine. Swing trading didn't work for you." But to say that swing trading is a loser's game just because it didn't work for you, hopefully you see the logical fallacy here. All right, watching this level here. Yeah, Ryan. Okay. All right. Come on up a little bit more. Okay, gonna get short at that red line. If it wants to come down. If it comes up too much more, though, it's gonna change my risk profile. Too much. Nope. All right, canceling that order out. Risk profile changed too much on it. I was not looking for it to go up that much through. So seeing how far it went up above, that makes me think that there might actually be some genuine power. So never mind. Okay, watch this, Everest, dude. Well, I've seen 95% of swing traders lose money. Okay, what does that prove? All you just did was you admitted day trading is possible. That's all you just did. Just like if I said, well, I have seen 90%, 95% of swing traders lose money. You'd be like, okay, so you just admitted swing trading is possible. That's what always blows my mind when people are like, well, 95% of wow. Somebody say something? Let's see how this candle closes. See if I can maybe play like a little micro pullback here. You called it? How much money are you making from it, Raymond? Did you get in? I'll have to scroll back up, Raymond, but I don't remember you giving an entry point and a stop loss before the price did anything. But to be fair to you, Raymond, maybe you did. You did? Where? Raymond, where's your order? Where's your alert that said where your entry point was and your stop loss was before the price hit those levels? Can you copy and paste that down? I can't scroll all the way up through the chat. Now, I mean, anybody can do that stuff, Raymond. Ain't nobody impressed by that, brother. Broad statement trading doesn't impress anybody around here. We want practical trading. And practical trading being defined as, okay, well, you think you called the high of day. Okay, so how are you going to make money from that call? Where's your entry point? Where's your stop loss? And we need those numbers before it does any of that. But yeah, making broad statements is easy. Like, I think it's going to pull back and go up. Do you see how easy it is for me to now say I'm right? I think it's going to pull back and then go up. Well, you did kind of try to brag. When you say, I called it, that's sort of a brag. What, again, hey, and I'm all for a brag. All I'm saying is, as far as like this community is concerned, like the ultimate brag is if you give us your entry point and your stop loss before the price gets to any of those locations. And then if you nail something, brag away, because you got the proof is right there. You called it. You called the details of it. Brag away. But, I mean, you sort of did brag, right? Like, that's the whole point of saying, called it. Well said, Chris. Yeah, that I've never really said it that way, but I do agree. Yeah, 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 well said, Chris, or Trading Chris. Yeah. That's right, Raymond. It's all good. But I mean, come on, Raymond. Let's all be intellectually honest here. When you say I called it, that is like a brag, right? Even if it's just a tiny brag, that's sort of a brag. All I'm saying next time, Raymond, like the ultimate brag, just let us know your entry point, your stop loss before the price gets there. A lot of people do that in here. That's good stuff. And even if you're wrong, like nobody's gonna make fun of you. Well, I can't say nobody will make. If anybody does make fun of you, I would ban them because that's unacceptable. Because it takes courage to throw out a trade plan before the price gets to those areas. Again, Raymond, nobody is impressed by you saying it will pump now. Look, how are you going to make money from this, Raymond? Tell us how you're going to make money from this pump. That's what we want to know. I thought Jamie left. See? Okay, so this is the thing where people say one thing and then Jamie, already you said bye, and now you're here with more questions. So do you see how there starts to become like I have trust issues in people's good faith? Yeah, you said your 2 cents, bye, and now you're saying this stuff. Like, do you see, Jamie? Can you at least see where I'm coming from? Can you understand where I have a little trust issues now with the good faith nature of your conversation? But seriously, Raymond, you think it's going to pump? Cool. So, like, where are you buying, and then where's your stop loss going to be? Like, I have no problem. Fair enough. You said it's going to pump. So how are you going to actually make money from it, though? So, Jamie, that wasn't an answer to my question. I asked, do you understand, from my point of view, do you understand how I could now view you with a pretty skeptical eye? Do you understand that? Raymond, my friend, that's fine. But, like, tell us, how are you going to make money with the pattern? You can't see that at all. Okay, well, then I don't know what to tell you. Because if I'm honest, if I'm on your live stream, Jamie, and I'm behaving that way, and then I kind of do my parting shot and then say bye, and then 10 minutes later, I start talking again after I just said bye, and the person's like, okay, I'm a little skeptical. I would be like, okay, I can totally understand why you would see that. But for you to be like, no, not at all, I can't see how that would be, then that just proves my point. You're not here to actually in good faith at all. Can trading be a full-time job? Probably not. Well, I don't know. That depends on what you mean by that. Higher lows, pull back at 475, break into the higher day. Higher lows. No, so what's your entry point at, Raymond? Where are you going to buy, Raymond? No, I'm just trying to learn. Like you said it was going to pump up, and it is going up, but from my understanding, you haven't made any money from it. That's why I'm asking. Like, okay, well, where would you said it's going to pump up, so what's the practical nature? Oh, well, you said pull back at 475. Okay, fair enough. Okay, yeah, but you never gave us a stop loss. Fair enough. 475, where's your stop loss at, though? I'm passing evals. Can I start getting paid? I don't know, Drew. Man, dude, I don't know. Like, Drew, and to mainly just, like, I'm talking with, like, a lot of people here. And it's flattering that people think I'm, like, that smart to understand exactly where you're at in your particular journey. But I'm just not that smart. Because that's what you're doing. I'm passing evals. Can I start getting paid Monday? I don't know. I don't know. What day is it? Again, flattering, Drew, that you think I can keep track of all these people down to the point of like their exact location in their journey. I'm not that smart. But Soham, can trading be a full-time job? No, I think that's a poor choice. Trading, for it to be a full-time job, no. I would say your full-time job, you're going to want to have many streams of income. Because if trading is your only stream of income, you're going to be looking at a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure. And I appreciate that, Raymond. All I'm saying is you're making calls, which is fine. You're making broad statements, which is fine. But here, we like for those broad statements to be narrowed down. So, like, it's going to pump up. Nobody has any problem with that, but we'd like to know, okay, well, how do you plan on making money from it pumping up? Where would you buy? And then where would your stop loss be? That's all we're asking. Could be, Lance. That is correct. I am not making any trades right now, Everest dude. That is correct. A valid observation. Although this candle here has got some spice to it. I'm closed at... Good job, Ryan. Good job. Can you believe it's June now? I could have sworn just last week the ball was dropping and, the song's playing or whatever. I'm smooching with my wife. And now the year is halfway over. And we are at the halfway point. Where does time go? Thanks, I'm stepping away from the charts. Don't want to get too greedy. Hey, Ryan, congrats on the trade. Good job. But it just don't, we're literally, it's summertime now. Is trading similar to gambling? Is crossing a busy street gambling? Soham? Is crossing a busy street gambling? I know you're not supposed to answer a question with a question, but there's a little bit of logic that goes with this. Is crossing a busy street, Soham, is that gambling? It is risky. Yeah, you're gambling with your life. Is there anything that you can do, though, to help kind of mitigate that risk? Is there anything you could do to help give you an edge within that situation? Okay, Raptor Gold Trader, where are you getting short at? And then where's your stop loss? We need numbers, brother. What number are you getting short at? Hey, it's Ben. Hello, Ben. Well, no, I don't think you need a traffic signal. Let's say there's no traffic signals around, but it's a busy street. Is there anything that you could do to help find an edge to mitigate the risk? Devin, my day was explained earlier on. Be on time next time, Devin. If you were here at 11 a.m. Eastern, I went into my day in detail. So if you want, you can go back at that point, but I'm not going to go through my whole day again. Next time, be on time, son. I need a switch here. Put out your hand so I can be on time, boy. Are you saying? No. Number 7 not on the way, but we were smooching on New Year's Eve, that's for sure. Or I guess New Year's morning, right? Because you wait for the ball to drop and then it becomes morning. But we are smooching away. Devin. Ma'am. As I just said, it's all, you can go back to the beginning. You can scroll back. This will be in the archive and you can see how my day went. I went through it in quite a bit of detail. Where's gold? Above the third candle. Okay. Appreciate it, gold. Now, how far above? You can see I guess you can't see the value. There you go. The top of that candle is 512 gold. So where would your stop actually be? What number? Because above technically is just a broad term. Season ticket holders. Hey, welcome. I've been locking for this. I think you mean looking. Well, you found it. You found it. Tough day today. Oh, yeah. Yep. It was a tough day today. Yep. Again, if you go back, I went through my day in detail at 11 a.m. Eastern, and I'm emphasizing 11 a.m. Eastern because that's when this started. But yeah, it was not the greatest. Oh crap! Not the greatest of days. 8. Oh yeah. Let's see. Okay, and here we'll see if this wants to roll back over or not. Thanks for doing this live. Hey, thanks for being here. We have the pivot point over here on the 5-minute too. So there's multiple things I'm trying to hide behind. The high of the day, this pivot point right there. So we'll see if the price wants to respect those areas or not. These are not 2 accounts. This is the same account. This is, well, this was a total mistake today. For those of you that were here on the live stream earlier, you saw that this should not have been 200. It was just me being a total moron. I thought I was trading a different account, and it wasn't. But this is NQ, and this is MNQ right here. So it's same account, just 2 different positions. I will short at 545. Stop loss. Shout out to K-Storm. I appreciate all the numbers ahead of time. This is the 2-minute, Ben, and I'm looking at other time frames off screen. Raptor Gold Trader. All right, brother. Well, we're in short together. Hopefully we don't get stopped out. If I start as a beginner, how long should I have no idea. I don't know. Everybody's different. If you're doing pretty well, then yeah, you can consider it. But you got to remember that paper trading is nothing. I mean, it's got value, don't get me wrong, but it's really nothing like actual skin in the game. Yeah, just need a big red candle. Come on, do it for Raptor Gold Trader. I'm a little worried, but we'll see. Uh-oh. And I am out. If someone from the comments gives you a good trade ahead of time, yeah, I'd consider it. Yeah. Yeah, if I agree with what they're saying. Okay, so Matthew, how are you making money? Where are you buying and where's your stop loss at, Matthew? Short it if we get back to 507. Yeah, 1 minute, 2 minute. I'll flip back before. No. Well, Matthew, good. Congrats. Next time, show up. Give us your entry point and your stop loss before the price gets to those areas, Matthew. But congrats on this trade. Next one, though, brother, show up ahead of time. But good job. Congrats. I am buying only small cap, low float stocks. No stop. Okay, 8 cylinders to life. Well, then it's only a matter of time before you're no longer in the markets. Small cap, low float stocks are pure garbage. And then when you're not even using stop losses, yeah. First time on the channel. Cool, Matthew, welcome. Yeah. The chef's kiss comments we find most valid, most credible, are when people show up and give us the entry point and the stop loss before the price hits either of those locations. And this summarizes how my day has gone. I went short. Everybody noticed. It took me off. I basically got stopped out at the high, and then it rolls over. So this is kind of this is a good encapsulation of how my day has gone today. Well, it's been working decently so far. Well, yeah, that's why trading's hard. Because believe it or not, really risky things in the market can work until it doesn't work. And then it doesn't work anymore, and then it's game over. No, you don't have to be sorry. It's part of trading. Part of trading. Thank you, though. But no need to... Exactly. Tomorrow's a new day. Exactly. Shorted again. Devin, yeah. Devin, bad days are bad days because you start to abandon rules. So yes, as I explained in that section that you listened to, it was a bad day. Again, bad days is not a bad day because somebody has a red day. You could have a really quality day because if you follow rules, you manage risk, yeah, and you're red, so be it. No big deal. So that's something where, I don't know, Devin, maybe you're doing that. Maybe you equate, red day equals bad day. No, that's not true. You could have a green day. That's a bad day. Because if your green was built with a bunch of bad habits, that's no good. But no, it was red and a bad day. And the reason why it was a bad day was because I did not do what you're asking about. Like, I assumed that would have been implied. Hey, thanks, Raymond. Raymond, dude, you have nothing to be sorry for. I was just asking for more details. That's all. Nothing. I reject your apology because my contention is there is no apology needed in the first place. Bad day today. Again, if you go back and scroll back, I walked through my day today. It was very bad. It was a bad day. But it's also an argument for Pam's plant because bad day within the prop firm world, but as far as like my own cash is concerned, I'll be all right. How long have I been trading live? I started the live stream, I don't know now. Are we on about 4 months? 4 months ago? Maybe even 5, I don't know. Do you primarily focus on options? And no, options are even worse from a day trading standpoint. This is futures trading. So 8 cylinders to life. I'm going to take a guess on your situation. You let me know how close I am. So the idea of being able to be a day trader being defined as buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell as much as you want every single day. That would be your preferred position. The ability to buy in something in the same day as often as you want every single day. But you don't have $25,000. Therefore, you're under the pattern day trading rule. So because of that, in your mind, I got to get this smaller amount under $25,000. I've got to get it up over $25,000. So because of that, I need to find some things that move and move fast. Lo and behold, that's why I'm in small cap stocks, because these low floats, these small caps, they can boom. You can get short squeezes, and therefore I can grow this smaller amount up above 25,000. And then at that point, I can officially be a day trader and buy and sell, buy and sell, buy and sell as much as I want every single day. Am I anywhere close to your current situation, 8 cylinders to life? Did I just describe anything close to where you're at? Am I anywhere close? For sure. There we go. All right. Well, and you are the exact reason why I do the live stream, because here is day trading and where'd it go? So what we talk about here is Pam's plant. And Pam's plant is an argument to day trade futures through a prop firm. So the big thing for you is right here. You, as I just kind of read into the future of your position, you're doing all this small cap nonsense because, well, you don't have, you want to be a day trader, but you can't. But guess what? In futures, that pattern day trading rule, there is none. So you can literally buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell as much as you want every single day in the world of futures. And if you want movement, yes, I assure you, the movement that futures go through, will make the small cap stuff, the low floats, look like nothing. Because futures, oh boy, they move, and you get certain contracts, and oh boy, they move even more. So you'll get plenty of movement also. But this is where the prop firm comes into play, which is part of the plant. And I need a new mouse. Like, my mouse just cuts out randomly. But prop firms are nice because of the low capital that is required. So you want to, again, be a day trader, being defined as being able to buy and sell as much as you want every single day. You could put yourself in that situation, and you said you have $15,000, which is great, for $105 with a prop firm. $105 gives you access to $25K in purchasing power, and that's just at the low end of things. You could get more, but on the bear end of the spectrum, 105 puts you and gives you the ability to trade something that moves better than what you're trading anyways, and you can buy and sell it every single day as much as you want. So right there, 8 cylinders to life. If you want to be a day trader, day trading futures through a prop firm is where you want to be. Now, maybe you're saying, well, Clay, I don't know anything about futures. It sounds to me like, well, 8 cylinders for life. Do you already use charts to make your decisions? Yes, it's that cheap to get started. Absolutely. Oh, no, it's mathematically more promising. Okay, so you already use charts. So then because a lot of people, they see all this and they're like, oh man, that sounds really good, but I don't want to have to learn how to trade futures. So I'm not going to do it because I don't know anything about futures. I don't know. But if you are already using charts, which you are, then you are 97% of the way there to trading futures. I am a momentum day trader. Well, I assure you, you can be a momentum day trader with futures. So so you're 97% of the way to trading futures. But here's your final test. So I'm going to teach you the remaining 3%. So from this number here up to this number, there's a distance between those numbers of 10. Now, in futures, things are measured in points. So you could hear a trader saying, hey, I bought here, I sold there, I made 10 points on the trade. But how does that translate to profit and loss? Well, and let's just say that you're trading the NQ. So the NQ, 1 point equals $20. So here's my question, not only to 8 cylinders to life, but for anybody that is maybe in this category of, oh, I don't want to have to learn how to trade futures. Oh, that Pam's Plants thing sounds really good, but I don't know anything about futures. I don't want to put in the time. Again, so for anybody that's in that category, you can answer these questions. So if 1 point is worth $20 and this distance here was 10 points, so if a trader's like, hey, I bought one contract and I made 10 points on it, how much did they make? 8 cylinders for life and anybody else. Again, they made 10 points. 1 point is worth $20. How much did they make? So 8 cylinders to life. $200. Exactly. There you go. Okay, you're now 99% of the way there. You're 99% of the way there. But this math was all based on one contract. Let's say this person had 5 contracts. So they say, hey, I made 10 points on 5 contracts of NQ. How much did they make on 5 contracts? Boom! 8 cylinders to life. $1,000. There you go. You officially already know how to trade futures. Because that's the only disconnect. 97% of it is, hey, use charts. But since you already use charts, you're 97% of the way there. And then we look at, you just got to know, well, how much is 1 point worth? Once you know that, boom, you can calculate everything. So there you go. So 8 cylinders to life, with all due respect, stop. And here's the other thing is what you could lose so quickly in those small caps. You get one rug pull, you get some crazy move against you, you're eating all that risk. But in futures, with the prop firm, you have very well insulated risk. So this is not a crypto. This is futures trading. Day trading crypto is garbage. Waste of time, inefficient. It's an inefficient way to go about day trading. Keyword being day trading. But Clay, I've made so much money investing in crypto. I didn't say investing. I said day trading. There's 3 categories out there: swing trading, day trading, and investing. Pam's plant, this right here, is in the category of day trading. Okay, so day trading is where this category is at. So before you get too upset at me, I'm trying to emphasize certain words. Day trading. Devin, I do not believe you, ma'am, that you actually listened to what you watched, because I literally explained all of that. I literally explained how it could have been $6,000 of mine, but it actually wasn't. So Devin, I go back and re-listen. Go back. Again, I'm not trying to be mean, but based on these questions, you maybe you did listen, but I'm not sure you quite comprehended everything, because I answered all that. I defined how my risk was insulated back during that. No, Ben. Okay, can you pay attention, Ben? Because I know one time you're on the bus, so I know you listen to this like when you're traveling. So Ben, give me a 1 in the chat if you're actually gonna be able to pay attention, because I do know sometimes people ask questions and then in their real life I like to get distracted or something. So I'm not even gonna, because I've answered this for you so many times. Okay, Ben. This is not a 25,000 size account in the sense of you can lose 25,000. This is 25,000 of purchasing power. The amount you're allowed to lose is your drawdown, which is $1,500. Whoops. If you go to the 100K account, you don't get to go out there and lose 100K. That's your purchasing power. The amount you're allowed to lose is 3,000. So if you lose 3,000, you have failed. They will take the account away from you. How much did you actually lose though out of your account? Out of your checking account, out of your wallet? $231, because that was the cost of the account. Again, this is a scam, Clay. What kind of, that's an unsustainable business model. Great eye, good eye. I understand. Well, how can a company only require $231, yet they're going to let you go lose $3,000 of their capital? Because this phase here of the journey is in a simulated environment. When you're trying to prove yourself, it's a simulated environment. So yes, you are only allowed to lose the drawdown, Ben. Do you got it? Okay, got it. Perfect. What if you lose 100? What if you lose 100K overnight? Well, with Pam's plant, you're not losing anything overnight, because again, this is for day traders. So based on this, they don't allow you to hold anything overnight. Correct, Evan. Correct. Yes, if this were you, yes, exactly. Yes, you seem the risk through. Yeah, exactly. So to Devin's point, your risk, your risk out of your pocket, is just the cost of the account. So in this situation, sure, you may lose $1,500 and it'll show up a red, like I'll just show you right here, because I hope they didn't delete it out. Is it still here? Okay, there it is. So right here, this is one of the accounts, minus 2150. So if this was your screen and you're looking, oh man, minus 2105. So, but if that's you, no, that's you didn't lose 2105. You would have lost the account, and this was a 50K account, so you would have been out $119. Now after this, you can try again, and then that amount is only $100. It's called a reset. But yes, that is exactly how it works. Your actual monetary risk out of your pocket is just the cost of the account. I don't know if Nathan is still here, but Nathan is a regular. He did the prop firm. He had $130 in, so that was his cost of this account. He went and made $9,700, and then he violated the rule. So they took his account away, but they took his account away after he had already had $9,700 sent to his bank account. So he made $9,700. Ultimately, like I said, he broke a rule, so they took his account away from him, which means, all right, well, they took that away from him because that was his cost of the account. But that, again, that was all after he had already paid himself $9,700. So that's the good benefit. Okay, and Mark here, and Mark, I don't know if Mark was around, but right here. So Mark in the chat, he's a student of my mentorship. And, you know, I will talk about this because he posts screenshots and validates all this stuff. So he spent $1,500 again. Mark, why don't I just do this? Let me do this so that people on the stream can see it in the archive. So Mark is $1,500 in. So he has spent so far $1,500 on prop accounts. And he has turned this into about 30K. So let's just call it 25K. So there we go. So his risk the entire time has been $1,500. And eventually, I mean, don't take this the wrong way, Mark, but let's just assume that eventually Mark's going to break rules and then he blows up all these accounts. So then, boom, $1,500 gone. Well, his $15 is gone, sure, but before that has occurred, he's had $25,000 sent to his bank accounts. And again, he's from our private community, so he posts pictures and all that sort of stuff. So it's all verified and all that. But there you go. So that is, that's why I say if you want to go about day trading efficiently, this seems to be a pretty efficient way. And that is where this part is coming in about the added risk control and how you protect your own money. How do you protect your own money? Because you put very little of your money into the situation. The only amount of your money that you put in, quote unquote, into the situation is, again, just the cost of your account up front. So hopefully that makes sense to everybody. I don't know how we got on that topic. Yes. Oh, yeah. So again, this right here, this is one of the accounts that was blown. And if that was you, yeah, that staring back at you looks really, really rough. But like I said, that would not have been the amount that came out of your pocket. The amount that came out of your pocket, when in this situation, would have just been $119. And then, like I said, you can get the account back, try again for $100. No, of course not, Everett, dude. Why would you want to risk all of your capital, Everest, dude? Everest, dude, is apparently one of these bros. He's probably eating chicken breast right now, eating broccoli while sipping on creatine with his sunglasses on, wearing a tank top. Like, yo, bro, I'm going to brag about how I don't understand math. That's what guys like him do. Oh, so you're using a prop firm? You're a loser. They're literally bragging about not understanding math. How do I mean that? Well, if Everest dude loses $5,000, it's his $5,000 gone. The prop firm trader, like Mark, for example, if he loses $5,000, yeah, he'll lose all those accounts, but he's only lost the cost of those accounts, which is way less than $5,000. So people like Everest dude, like literally, they look at people that use prop firms and they make fun of them, when in all actuality, they're bragging about how they apparently don't understand math. Because you're going to have to explain to me how Mark's situation of spending $1,500 and then making just under 30K, like, doesn't make any mathematical sense. No, I guess if you got a big ego, because all you do is pump yourself full of, testosterone replacement, then I get it. Yo, bro, unless you trade money, unless you trade real money, you're not a real man. Pass the chicken. I need that chicken breast. Where's my broccoli? Like, that's who Everest trade. Like, that's how some guys is. But in all actuality, they're like the epitome of the meathead. They're like the stereotypical meathead they're bragging about their inability to understand math. Or maybe he legit doesn't understand. Okay, Aaron, you make the call. Is Everest dude a troll or not? Because I don't want to keep on engaging with Everest dude and then you come back and be like, dude, stop engaging with the troll. So you make the call right now, Aaron. Is Everest dude a troll? Yeah, Devin, I'm poking fun at a certain amount of like bros, like the gym bros. I am poking fun at them. Yes. So in their world, because they're trying to cut, maybe they were just doing some bulking and now they're trying to cut. So all they can eat is chicken breast and broccoli, and they just drink creatine all the time. Like I'm poking fun at a certain demographic. Thank you, Aaron. I appreciate the intellectual honesty. It is tricky. I appreciate that, Aaron. Thank you for understanding where I'm coming from. It's kind of tricky to know at times. Is somebody a troll or are they just rough around the edges? It's all right. Everest, dude, it's all right, bro. Head to the store with that millions of dollars. You don't even need to buy. You can just buy a farm of chickens with the millions of dollars. You can eat that chicken breast. You can have a whole garden full of broccoli for yourself, bro. You probably go to Costco and you're like, listen, I'm not here for the 10-pound things of creatine. Where are the crates of creatine? That's Everest, dude, right there. That's what he says when he walks into Costco. Listen, bruh. I'm here for the broccoli, the chicken breast, and the crates of creatine, bruh. Did you block me? And how do you... What? No, I didn't block. Why would you think I blocked you? What about gold? I'm not a fan of day trading gold. I don't understand the cult-like mentality of people day trading gold futures. Now, I'll give people credit. I'm glad they're at least in the world of futures. But some people and their obsession with gold is like, I don't get it. I don't quite get that one. It's good to... I don't know. Sometimes I have super thin skin because it's like, all right, I've identified you as a troll very quickly. He mad because he not trading a lot. Yes, that's why I'm mad. Exactly. Yep. That's why. Yep. Because the way gold is moving. Yeah, but it doesn't move nearly as good as like the NQ or the ES. Like, isn't gold super choppy? Every time I've watched it, it's like a chop fest. What is gold? GC? Is that it? Yeah, there it is. Okay, so this is gold. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to make any, but when I've looked at gold, it's just been like, I don't get it. Do you trade platinum? No. I don't, Gadar guy, I don't know if you're asking me or not. Nope, I trade the NQ. I've done a little with the YM. The YM is like, eats my lunch every time. Granted, I have a sample size of like 4 trades, but regardless, that's my story and I'm sticking to it. Ed, that's a fair point. So Ed's argument is this, which is fair. I don't agree with it, but Ed is saying, well, the problem I see with prop firms is this. Once you get to pro, you only get to keep 80%. Pro Plus, you only get to keep 90%. If you use your own money, then you get to keep it all. Like that's, okay, fine. That is true. That if you use your own money, you do get to keep 100% of the gains. But there's also something else that you get to keep 100% of. Can anybody venture a guess of what this something else is that you get to keep 100% of? Again, yes, it's true. If you use your own money, you do get to keep 100% of your gains. Fair point. However, you also get to keep 100% of something else. What is that other 100% that you get to keep? Yes, the risk, the downside. So it's true, but for me, it's like, well, I have bad days. Like I'll go on tilt. I'll like I'm a human being. I'm not perfect. I have bad days. Gratefully, the bad days have been spread further and further apart, but there's still bad days. There's days where, yeah, it's just not pretty at all. And on those days, the person that's using their own capital, they get to keep 100% of that insanity. Whereas a prop firm trader, because of the inside risk, there's basically a fail safe in there. But yes, that does come. That does come with the point of, yeah, you don't get to keep all your gains. So to me, I think forfeiting a little bit of upside in order for a whole lot of downside protection is worth it. But that's what you have to consider. Is keeping 100% of my gains worth it to keep 100% of my losses? Devin, I'm not sure what you're trying to get at. You keep going back to lack of discipline and no risk. Right. Well, what should I be talking about? What should I be going back to, Devin? There's an assumption. Well, what is my assumption? I think you're making my point for me. I'm back in focus? Okay. Am I still back? What is up with this? Why is this all like... There we go. You keep going back to lack... Right, yeah. I go back to discipline and risk management because that's what matters most. Everest, dude, yes, thank you. And next, are you going to say grass is green and the sky is blue? You said you've been watching my videos way back when. You probably learned that from me then. Because don't be plagiarizing my statements. Money Mac, I wish I would have known about prop firms before I went live. Blew up a 3,000 account my first. Yeah, exactly, Money Mac. See that? And that's a shame. That's why I like to do this, because I want people to be aware of this. No? All right, Everest, dude. Well, regardless, we preach that all the time. You are literally stating on this channel, on this live stream, that the grass is green, the sky is blue. But thank you. I do fully agree with that, and I appreciate you reiterating that. Okay, Devin, 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 you said you keep going back to a lack of discipline and no risk management. Okay, well, what should I be going back to, Devin? Okay, so can you please answer me that? I'm trying to understand. You keep going back to a lack of discipline and no risk reward management. I do. What should I be going back to? You seem to have an issue with that, if I'm understanding right. So what should I be going back to? The assumption being made, there is no discipline and risk. Right. Okay, Devin, that is an assumption I'm being made. But the reason I make this, my point is that trading is 100% discipline. Blown accounts are created by just that, a lack of yeah, agreed. Fully agree. I'm not sure what. Yeah, I honestly don't. I agree with literally everything you've said. But do you know why I'm assuming that there's no discipline and no risk management? Do you know why I'm making that assumption though? There is a very good reason why I am making that assumption, that there's a lack of discipline. But I do agree. Yeah, it is 100% discipline. But I don't want to speak for you, but I am assuming you're not saying that because trading is 100% about discipline, that it is therefore possible to always be 100% disciplined as a trader. I don't think that's what you're saying, right? You're not saying that it is possible to be 100% a disciplined trader. Like, Devin, I'm pretty sure you're not showing up here saying, hey, that's a bad assumption because, of course, account blowups happen with bad discipline. So just always be disciplined. Like, that's one of those, you're right in theory, but in practicality, I've never met a trader that is 100% disciplined 100% of the time. Agreed, Devin. Agreed. I'm not sure what. So what are you trying to say? Again, there we go. So no matter what instrument you're trading, without that, you will never still be. Agreed. Oh, okay. I think I know what a death by 1,000 cuts can still be caused by blowing up. Yeah. Okay. I see what Devin's saying. Yeah. So Devin's making the point of why prop firms make more sense. Okay. So Devin's saying like, hey, if you're bad at risk management, prop firms are not going to help you because the reason you fail is because you're bad at risk management. Agreed. But Devin, nowhere is my claim that a prop firm will make you a guaranteed or will make you a profitable trader. I fully agree that if you have bad risk management and you never change your bad risk management, whether you're using your money or the prop firm, you're never going to find success. I agree, but here's the difference. Here's how a prop firm is more efficient. Does not guarantee anything, but increases probability of success because the more opportunity you have, well, by definition, the more probability you have because you have more chances. So we're going to use Devin, and let's say Devin's got $1,500. Okay? So $1,500 Devin has. Now, they go out there, and Devin's like, all right, well, I'm just going to use $1,500, my own account, and under the presupposition we're using, they're undisciplined. Because, yeah, that is true. Undisciplined traders are going to do very poorly. So Devin goes out there with $1,500 of her own money, and she loses, poof, gone. $1,500 in a single trade because they can move very, very quick. So what has happened to Devin's journey? Devin's journey is over. She wanted to go with her own money. She lost discipline, so it's all over. Okay, now let's do the same thing here. Same thing here, but with a prop firm. So Devin has that $1,500, but in this situation, they want to do Pam's Plant, the prop firm. So like, all right, well, let's just do this. So they're going to go and purchase this account for $105. So, all right, we got to take $1,500 and then we got to subtract out $105. Okay, so in Devin's account, she still has $1,395. But same exact trade, same exact situation, there is no discipline. So Devin loses $1,500. Now, in the prop firm world, what does losing $1,500 mean? It means that you failed the test and it's game over. It's game over. They take the account away from you. But here's the key distinction now. Is Devin's journey over? Or do they have more opportunity to try to learn, try to become more disciplined? Well, yes, they do, because in their account, they still have $1,395. Their journey is not over. So because she wants to try again, when you get the account back, that number is actually only $100. So we got to subtract out $100 so that she can try again. But you know what? FOMO, undisciplined, account gone, $1,500. But does that mean that she lost $1,500? No, it means she just lost her account. So she wants to try again, minus $100. Now all of a sudden, revenge trading, no discipline, gone. So she blows up again. All right, well, we got to subtract out another 100 so she can try again. This time, she just goes on tilt for some reason. I don't know why, but undisciplined. Blows up another $1,500. Okay, well, she wants to try again, minus 100. And then this time, she was actually doing pretty well, but she gets stuck in a crazy move. Just a nasty spike. I don't know, Trump tweets something and poof, gone. Okay, well, she wants to try again, minus 100. Now, keep in mind, all along the way, she's making multiple trades. She's starting to fine tune. She's starting to learn about things. Maybe she's starting to learn on psychology. And she's starting to figure stuff out with all these opportunities, all these multiple trades. She is starting to make some form of progress. But, then it goes, something bad. So she's got to try again. Then she does something really stupid again, minus 100. And then she does, something more disciplined, minus 100. Does something really stupid again, minus 100. And then, does something really stupid again, minus 100. And then all of a sudden, after all these trades, all these tries, all these blown up accounts, she goes on a little bit of a she finds a groove, she passes, she gets to the pro account, and she throws she gets $1,500 paid to her. So plus 1,500. Well, what did she start with? She started with 1,500, so let's minus 1,500. She's all of a sudden up 395. Now, I'm not saying that it's guaranteed to happen, but hopefully you see how, yes, ultimately, if Devin never learns to be, to never manage risk, then that $1,500 will eventually go down to zero also. But the rate at which it goes down to zero is much, much slower. So she would get that many more opportunities to figure things out. Once again, the claim is not prop firms guarantee success. The claim is prop firms give you more opportunity to figure things out. Doesn't mean that you will, but you do have more opportunity. Therefore, I would argue more opportunity means you have a better efficiency. Let's call it efficiency of opportunity. I would say if you do something with real money and your real money's gone in a couple of trades, not very efficient if you can get yourself way more trades, more opportunity if you do the prop firm route. So does that make sense, everybody? Give me a 1 if that makes sense. About how a prop firm still does not guarantee anything, but it does give you more opportunity to figure things out. And the more opportunity you have, the odds are not guaranteed, but you do have better odds because you have more opportunity. Does that make sense to people, what I just illustrated there? Yeah, I like that. More chances at the plate. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, Devin, you are correct that a prop firm is not going to fix, if you just have 100%, or if you're just never disciplined, then and you remain never disciplined, then yes, a prop firm is not going to help you out. but a prop firm is at least going to give you more opportunity to try to figure out your discipline issues and get it corrected. So yeah, that would be the distinction. That is why I would argue Pam's plant is more efficient from trying to at least learn trading. But yes, ultimately, if you're going to just stay undisciplined, then that $1,500 would still eventually drop down to zero, but you just get more chances. Or who said that? Mikey, I like that. More chances at the plate, right? For you baseball, softball players out there. You know, the more swings you get, doesn't mean you're going to figure it out, but hey, if you got more swings, it seems plausible. Good chat, though. Good chat. Do you recommend starting with, MNQ? MNQ. Do not start with NQ. I know some people are like, no, Clay, I'm here for the movement. I'm like, okay, then go with NQ. And then they blow up the account. They're like, okay, Clay, fair enough. You were not lying. Pam's plant was honest. Yes. Whoops. What happened here? There we go. Pam's plant. Okay, you're right, Clay. Pam's plant is true. There is movement. Okay. I'll go back to MNQ. But yes, MNQ. MNQ is definitely what I would say to start on. For sure. It only takes passing one account to make your money back. Yeah. Like I said, it only takes one little hot streak, and you could still potentially end up in the profit. Man, is it really that delayed right now? Apparently, there's quite a bit of delay. But yes, exactly. Wow, we're almost at 4.5 hours. All right, I'm going to go ahead and call this good. Again, if you want to support that, I will be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Usually, I'm here a little early, so make sure you subscribe and turn on the notifications so you know that when I do go live. I'll be back 11 a.m. tomorrow. And again, today was not a good day at all. If you want more of the details of that, go back to probably right around the 30-ish minute mark of the live stream, and you can watch that and kind of see how things went today. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern. And again, if you have not yet, make sure you hit that like button if you don't mind on the way out. And if you're looking for a way to support the channel and you want to get in the world of prop firms to get the discount, and like I said, just support the channel, use code CLAY, which is at the link you see up there. And then it's also tagged in the chat box itself. So thank you very much. I think that is all. So for everybody that hung out, good times, good discussions here. And yeah, Pam's plant for the win. So take care, everybody.